The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
There we go. Hey, what's going on? Gang, good afternoon. Hi there. Good afternoon. Hey there, hi there. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. If you are, say hi to Bill Squire right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Well, thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Are you all right over there?
Yeah, a little trip up there, but
all right.
Got it all figured it
I
out.
want to make sure everybody's okay. Mary Santora is out. Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. I literally hate eating Subway because then my hands smell like onions no matter how many times I wash them throughout the day.
Well, don't
Why
get
don't
onions.
you get it without onions?
But I like onions. I just wish they didn't stain
Well, that's the compromise.
I wish they didn't stain my pores the entire day.
It's a stain on your hands that will remain.
It's just ridiculous.
Onion really does overpower anything it's in.
I washed my hands like 3 times because I ate it for lunch and I was still working from home, so I had it. Then I got the smell all over my computer, my laptop. I got it all over like my door handles. It's everywhere I go. It's like on the. It's even so bad to when I wash my hands. It's on like the what is it? The faucet, the turner thingies. What are those?
The handles?
The handles on the faucet when I go to turn on the water. It's on those.
The Turner things.
The Turner thingies.
Tina. Ted. Yeah. Well, you've left it all over the place is what you're trying to say.
I've scrubbed. I wanted to scrub them, but I forgot I was rushing.
Right. Well, listen, onion, listen, it is a very pervasive ingredient. I would just recommend not getting it. What do you get, the red onion? That's what they have at Subway, right? The red onion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get it without onion. I don't think I've ever gotten onion on a sandwich.
Really?
Yeah, like cooked onions, if they're in something, like those don't smell.
Red onion.
Raw onions.
It's just so good.
It's good, but it will overpower everything, whether it's in a salad or it's on a sandwich.
Breath is probably fire.
What else is on your sandwich?
So I get the Italian, and then I get the pickle.
What's on the Italian? There's a bunch of lunch meat?
Oh, I'm sorry. The Italian bread. I get like a chicken bacon ranch, but I get the Italian bread, so it has chicken and bacon on it. So then I get the lettuce, I get the green peppers, I get the onion, I get the ranch. That's pretty much it. I don't like tomato on a sandwich. I don't like tomato, period. So yeah, just those 3: lettuce, pickle, green pepper and onion, so forth.
There is a girl I follow on Instagram, and I don't recall if a customer turned me on to her or not, but she's dynamite. She's a food scientist. And on Instagram, she's Food Science Babe, and if you don't follow her, you should, because what she does is she's fantastic. She takes all these dummies that are on YouTube and have these channels pretending like they're scientists, and they're like, Subway bread is toxic because it's got this in it, and she's like, dude, you don't talk about the amount of the ingredient that's in there. You don't talk about parts per million. She really gets into the granular parts of the science. She's like, this is all nonsense. There'll be some girl in an aisle of a grocery store, because of what this girl does on TikTok, and then she sends them over to Instagram, is she kind of does the thing where she's talking in front of their video. And, be some girl in an aisle at a grocery store. She's like, these M&Ms have dye in them that's banned in Europe. And this girl will jump in and go, okay, wait a second. That's not an argument for anything for or against whether or not food is dangerous for you. She's like, there's a lot of things that are not allowed in Europe but are allowed here, and vice versa, But she really breaks down a lot of this nonsense that goes around on like social media and YouTube and all that of people who make these broad generalizations about food. And she gives you like really good information. She's like, yeah, there's, she's like, there's ingredients in all kinds of food that in and of itself, in huge quantities, might not be good for you at all. She's like, there's all kinds of stuff in water. We don't stop drinking water, but it's also, not going to make you sick. But anyway, Food Science Babe, I was watching her videos all morning. I had a real hard time sleeping last night, and so I was up for a couple hours in the middle of the night, and I'm just watching Food Science Babe videos. She has a YouTube channel and the whole bit, but Poundcake talking about a sandwich jogged my memory there, because one of the guys she kind of takes down is this dude who's very sure of himself when he talks about how poisonous Subway bread is, or bread in general in the United States and how it's produced. And she's like, yeah, there's a lot of compounds in all kinds of foods that if you broke them down and had them in massive quantities might be difficult for you. But she's like, but in these quantities, so it's these broad statements. She's like, being banned in Europe or anywhere is no evidence at all that an ingredient in food is unsafe for you,
I think she did one about different spices and how they have like garlic powder, and she's like, this guy's like, only get the ones with garlic powder because these ones have other ingredients.
Right.
And she's like, well, that's to keep it from
that's a
sticking
preservative,
together. Yeah,
right? That's in.
And it's, small amounts to keep it from clumping so you can actually get it out of the bottle.
Poundcake, they do have those. I'm sure we have one at my house. It's like a stainless steel disc that you rub your hands on, and then you wash them, and it gets the onion smell off. Like there's some properties in stainless steel where if you, I don't think we have any here, but like stainless steel.
There's
sinks.
a sink.
Yeah, isn't that porcelain back there? I don't think it's stainless steel. I think
No, in the kitchen it's stainless steel.
Oh, it is. Yeah, our kitchen
go rub
here.
your hands on
Go
that.
rub your hands in our kitchen. There's people spitting in there, people brushing their teeth.
I'll probably make some coffee.
Rub your hands in there, and then you can get that onion smell off. Or, and here's another suggestion, stop sniffing your hands.
But if it's just like lingering in the air, can't help.
Was he out there doing semaphore?
Go get some Funyuns.
Are you casting spells?
Just really lean into it.
I'm just trying to. If I wave my hands, it's in the air, like it's like a irate.
You have a halo of onion stink, is what you're saying. I mean, a lot of people, and again, are you a messy eater? Like, are you really just jamming this thing in your face? I mean,
But Alan, my.
You're not touching the onion.
I'm not really touching the onion. It's on the sub, but it's on everything that I touch, or like everything that the sub touches. Therefore, I touch the sub. I have it.
Wait, how many things does the sub touch?
I'm saying if the ingredients is on the sub and I'm touching the sub to eat it, it's on my hands.
You get a 6-inch or foot long?
I get a foot long.
Ooh, that's a lot of food.
I mean, not really.
But see, he's working out now. Where do you work out again?
Oh, Orange Theory Fitness.
See, he's got to up his caloric intake now. He's just burning it off over there.
You're correct.
Yeah. Well, maybe you should. I would imagine at a place like Subway, I bet they have like a life hack.
Maybe.
For people who go, boy, I love onion, but boy, I just don't want to contend with the aftermath.
But I think I'm a minority though, because my condition.
Know that.
But I'm saying you know my condition where I perspire of the palms a lot.
You have hyperhidrosis of the hands.
So I don't know if it's just because it seeps in because my pores are just like wide
they're a two-way
open.
street.
Yeah, they're wide open. So the onion stink just creeps in there, and then it gets pushed back out by my sweat glands.
Wow. So your contention is that you're sucking in that onion juice
and pushing it
into
out.
your hands.
So if I work out tonight and I sweat, it might. You know how like the Gatorade commercials are sweating Gatorade.
Well, yeah, whatever you ate, it's going to come back out in your sweat.
I'm radiating onion juice. No, man, I'm about to just do a whole bath.
Oh, you just made a mess.
So you're working out tonight?
I work out tonight.
And you're going to smell like onions?
No, I won't. I'm a double pit chesty. I'm gonna wash everything real quick.
A hoe bath?
Yeah.
Are you going to do a hoe bath before you work out?
And then do a real bath after I get done.
Look at that. We were just talking about his hoe baths, and he's going to do a real live one before he goes and works out.
He's a man of his word.
First time I had onion. First time I had onion before I worked out. Well, maybe in my Chipotle, but like.
But that's cooked. It's probably not raw, right? Or is that in the pico de gallo?
I don't know. I don't know what they do with it.
Yeah. Well, listen, onions, I think by and large are good for you. I try to avoid them. if I can, just for that very reason. I don't want to be sweating. I'm not a big sweater, but I don't want to be sweating in front of somebody. I don't want to stink.
I have gum, so my breath is covered, but like my hands, I'm just gonna wash them real quick. I got some wipes in here.
Those aren't hand wipes, though.
What wipes is he talking about?
They're just alcohol wipes. I'm just gonna rub them in my.
Yeah, they're like chemical wipes to wipe down like
Yeah,
our boards and electrical equipment and stuff.
I want my skin to be gone.
Poundcake's
all right?
like, hey, anything's a hand wipe if it's wet. That's all I need.
Yeah, let me do that.
Wet onion palms.
Well, see, Cody, you did help. You got rid of the onion smell because you got rid of all your pores. You have no more pores left.
Just squirt lemon juice on your hands. That'll do it too.
Okay.
Yeah. And added benefit, your hands will smell like fruit. And that's such a pleasant smell. What's to hate about that? I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch. And we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app. Some people say our country is more divided than ever. But don't ask him. He sucks at math. Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
Want to send a text 35192. Call us live if you like. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Leave messages on the iHeartRadio app. We'll get to some of those a little bit later on. Comedian Phil Hanley is going to join us later on, too. I'm excited to meet him. I think he's very funny. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities. If you are watching live at alancoxshow.com, a tip of the cap to Kenneth Dewapsa for helping out today back there in the video department. Mazel tov. Thank you. Your Cleveland Cavaliers are back home tonight after the All-Star break to play the Denver Nuggets. A very good basketball team. They're 41-18. I mean, when you got Carmelo out there doing great things.
No.
When you've got David Robinson.
Never played for the Nuggets.
The Denver Nuggets. When you've got Dikembe Mutombo, didn't he play for the Nuggets?
30 years ago.
When you've got Timothy Mozgov playing for the Denver Nuggets.
Hasn't played for him in about a decade.
They're probably still paying him. When you've got Fat Lever playing against your Cleveland Cavaliers. Remember Fat Lever?
I don't remember Fat
All
Lever.
right.
That's a good name, though.
Isn't Nikola Jokic on that team? Jokic?
Yes. That's
the
their,
Joker?
their
He's
star
on the
player.
Nuggets, yeah?
Not DeJounte Murray. What's that? Something Murray.
Jamal Murray.
Jamal Murray. That's the guy, yeah.
Denver Nuggets, Cavs, tonight at the Romo Fijo in Cleveland, Ohio, for a 7 o'clock tip. So 6:30 is when pregame coverage will begin here on WMMS. Speaking of basketball, a local high schooler in Michigan has gone viral for a game he called this past Tuesday night. This is Hamilton, Michigan. I don't think we have any bureau chiefs up there. It's not far from the lake. It's a small town, about 9,000 people. It's about 20 minutes east of Saugatuck, between, it's like southwest of Grand Rapids. And the Hamilton hard cases, what's the team? The Hamilton Hawkeyes, sorry. The West Catholic Hawkeyes had just won a big game, 57-45. And they had a high school announcer, a little sophomore named Aiden Lynch. And boy, was he excited. Because on the heels of this game, this big win, there's tons and tons of bad weather coming through, right? Cleveland, Ohio, believe it or not, I guarantee you that we are the envy of the entire Midwest right now. Sunny and 56. Michigan, though, Minnesota, those states slammed with snow. And so at the end of this big win, the principal comes out and gives everybody some really good news, and this kid goes bananas.
And Lutz calls the snow day. Breaking news. Lutz just called the snow day right here at the student section. Oh my goodness. Oh, I've never seen that before. Breaking news. Lutz called the snow day at Hamilton. Woo! No school for me tomorrow. And that's the end of the game. Zeros on the clock, 57-45. Lusk takes it home along with the Hawkeyes.
Hot guys?
My name is Aiden Lynch, your sophomore broadcaster. That is the end of the game officially.
Screamed himself hoarse.
He talks with a lot of spit.
He's really worked up.
Excited.
He's got some cooks in there.
Snow day. I could tell he's making webs with his saliva.
That's what you sound like half the time.
No, it doesn't.
You're Mr. Putting L's in words and warsh.
I don't speak correctly.
You speak regular.
I don't speak with a lot of spit.
I got you. By the way, I misspoke. That's not the principal that called the snow day. It was the school superintendent. And to make matters worse, the losing team made him go to school.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding. That would have been great, though. I don't know which team they beat, but that would be great if you'd be like, you guys can stay home. You guys need to trudge your asses through 64 inches of snow tomorrow to get to school. But Aiden Lynch has gone viral for that. And I do like, though, because for a lot of budding broadcasters, if your high school has a radio station, if you're fortunate enough to have a high school with a radio station, or even at the college level, that's kind of how people get started in some areas, is doing games, calling games, right? And to hear kind of beginning broadcasters like that just emulating what they hear in big-time sports radio, it always makes me laugh. Like, everything's kind of really pumped up, and they're kind of, you know, if you're calling a game, you're not going to be monotone, obviously. But you can hear a lot of kind of the pacing of that. So he's, oh, my God, I've never seen, you know.
Can we hear it again?
Lest anyone think.
I liked it.
Aiden Lynch's call after the big Hawkeye win.
And Lusk calls the snow day. Breaking news. Lusk just called a snow day right here.
I love breaking news.
Yeah.
That's great, too.
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
And the fact that he's just, like, everybody's so hyped up over the snow day. Like, yeah, the team won. But the snow day is the real star of this moment.
Yeah.
I love that.
Snow days.
Here at the student section. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I've
He
never
did say goodness.
Yeah, goodness.
Like Popeye.
Yeah.
never seen that before. Breaking news. Lusk called the snow day at Hamilton. Woo! No school for me tomorrow. And that's the end of the game. Zeros on the clock, 57-45. Lusk takes it home along with the Hawkeyes. My name is Aiden Lynch, your sophomore broadcaster. That is the end of the game officially.
The Hawkeyes is the team Poundcake heard hot guys.
Is there a picture of this kid? Because he definitely sounds like he has braces.
Well, he's also
I
a
didn't.
sophomore, so
yeah,
I'm
I
not
didn't
worried
find it.
about
Yeah, he's like 17 years old. Or, you know, I
Probably
didn't.
younger.
I'm saying that's
16
how
maybe.
That's how I used to, now that I think about it, that's how I used to talk when I had braces. That's why he has a lot of spit. I guarantee you he has braces.
Well, I'm sure you can look up Hamilton High School, Aiden Lynch, and something will come up.
Yeah, stop worrying about his spit.
Oh my God! It annoys me because those people that just talk with like the web of spit at the end of their mouth, I just can't get over it.
Huh. Well, a lot of people have speech impediments, right, of some kind, one or another. The school figured that they would try to capitalize on that, and so they put out a video extolling the virtues of their school superintendent.
When I grow up, Dr. Lusk is the man that I want to become. Dr. Lusk and I are like best friends.
When I made that call live, I had no idea.
Oh, that's the kid right there.
Yeah.
He just looks like a bro. It looks like he's like way into Brantley Jordan. What's that guy's name? Brantley.
It would change my life.
That night changed my life forever. Yeah, I've known Dr. Lusk for like my whole life.
Hello? Yes, this is him. Yeah, I'm the one that made that call. Okay, sounds good. Thank you. I'm gonna need an agent.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need an agent. Yeah, right. Why not? It's small town Michigan. Why, you know?
It's one of those things
fun
too
with it.
where people are going to have viral moments in so many different ways now, where it's really, you're gonna run into people like some kid that says something funny and goes viral or falls down, or you're gonna run into this kid. There's gonna be so many people out there that have moments because of social media like this that it's really bringing to fruition the whole 15 minutes of fame thing.
Yeah, Andy Warhol had no idea what he was
nailed it.
predicting.
He
Yeah,
nailed
15 minutes was conservative. At the but they always say every day the internet has a main character, and you don't want to be the main character of the internet, right? Somebody that goes crazy viral, usually for something bad.
Yeah.
This is great.
This is a good version.
This is
of it,
how
yeah.
you want to get known, and before the immediate backlash begins, because people can't enjoy anything for too long. But this guy, Poundcake, if I'm hearing you correctly, and I think I am, probably looks exactly opposite of what you thought he looked like.
Yeah, I guess.
This guy's got like the chin strap beard and the backwards baseball cap.
Well, I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. I was like, oh, it sounds like he has braces, but looking at the video,
He was just excited and
so excited. And
There's
when you
water
get
at the
excited
mouth over the snow day.
Yes, when you get excited, aren't you salivating, Poundcake? When you get excited, when you think about meeting a young man or a sandwich, don't you just get really excited in much the same way? Breaking news, my hands smell like onions.
That's after.
The guy or the sandwich?
Both.
If
I'm doing it right.
If I'm doing it right. If I'm doing it right, my hands are going to smell like onions
Get
either
some
way.
Good stank on you.
Oh, boy. You crazy kids and your sandwiches and your dating.
It's still there, by the way. Not uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable.
The onion?
Yep. I'm going to go wash in the break.
I was going to say, there's got to be, I don't know if it would work, but there's got to, of course, everything we have back there is in pods, isn't it? When I make tea, it's in pods now. We don't have like loose leaf or tea bags or anything.
You could probably cut it open, but there's
I bet you
I
could
dish
soap, or I bet you could rub tea on your hands or something.
Yeah,
Maybe
again,
that'll-
I didn't wash them in this break because I was occupied, but the next break I will.
Well, at the very least, just stop sniffing your hands.
I can't. They're there. they're just there. I have to sit with them crossed because I'm a kid.
They're there. But you already know what they smell like.
But I want to know if they're still there.
But they are.
I'm wondering if like the sweat will take over and it just smells like, my musk rather than the onions from my lunch earlier.
I don't want to speak for my colleague William Squire here, but I have no problem not constantly smelling my hands, Bill. I mean, has that proven to be a problem for you? You find yourself always smelling your hands?
I don't smell my hands unless they smell bad, and then I will smell them more. I'm not smelling used dental floss like Stansbury.
Oh, Stansbury boy, yeah, that was.
But I mean, I'm a
pretty
gross
wild
guy in my own way. But if my hand smells bad, I'm kind of the same way where like I don't want it to keep smelling that way, so I get really self-conscious about it and just keep smelling it to like see if it's going away somehow on its own.
If you want to leave us messages on the iHeartRadio app, you can do that from wherever you are.
Alan, Nick from Barberton. Took the day off. It's too nice. I'm sitting on my porch, soaking up some suds. See you. Bye.
Where is he from? Nick from where?
Barberton, I thought I said.
Alan, Nick from Barberton. Took the day off.
Oh, is that what he
Yeah,
said?
I said Nick from Barberton.
Oh, there's like birds chirping and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to that.
Spring's on its way.
Very exciting.
Now, of course, as soon as it's March, we're gonna get halfway through March. It's gonna be nice the first half of March, and then my prediction is St. Patrick's Day on. It's just gonna be cold and snowy.
God. Jason Nicholas over at Channel 19, he said March is gonna be way snowier than February was.
Yeah.
Those birds though back there
sounds pleasant.
Took the day off.
Yeah.
It's too nice.
He wants to soak up the sun.
Like Sheryl Crow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Has some suds. Now don't get behind, I don't know if you saw this, don't get behind the wheel. See the video of the guy that tried to stumble away from the drunk driving accident that ended up killing a couple of people?
Oh, no.
Okay, so this happened about a year ago, but it's back in the news because they gave the guy 15 years in prison. This is Fort Worth, Texas. This is a guy, Dylan Molina is the guy's name. And somebody was just there right after he hit another car. That car happened to have an off-duty local cop and his family in it, and I think the cop died. And somebody was just standing there filming the immediate aftermath of this crash, and you see the guy kind of stumble. You see the car, which is like a Jeep, like totaled at this intersection, and the guy is trying to run away, and this other dude tackles him.
Crazy.
First of all, he face plants on the tree stone.
Yeah.
There's like a ring of planter stone around this tree, and so he trips and face plants on that, and this other guy tackles him.
You kill somebody. You kill somebody. Stay right there. You stay right there. You see what you did?
I mean, these two cars are totaled.
Yeah.
And so I guess that was like summer before last, but they just gave the dude 15 years in prison.
Damn.
Detective Alex Cervantes was in the other car, off duty, with his family, his wife and two kids. He died, and the wife and the kids suffered critical injuries. And this dude got 15 years in prison. Middle of the day, by the way. This is like...
Yeah, it's broad daylight.
This is like Thanksgiving. I think maybe the day after Thanksgiving. He was 27. He said he had 8 double vodka cocktails within 3 hours.
Oof.
At Fuzzy's Taco Shop, his blood alcohol was twice the legal limit. He ran a red light and hit this off-duty detective. The bartender also got charged because she didn't cut him off. So
what does she get charged with? Just
she got one count of sale to certain persons, which I take to mean somebody who's clearly visibly drunk.
How much time she get?
Up to a year in jail and a $4,000 fine. It's a misdemeanor. We really don't take drunk driving, for all of our talk about it, we really don't take drunk driving that seriously in this country. We really don't. I mean, it's a misdemeanor. In a lot of places, you get maybe a fine. People do it all the time.
And repeat offenders.
Yeah, we've talked ad nauseum about people driving around with multiple DUIs. So it very rarely goes this way, where like a dude tries to stumble away. Because they had to go back to the security footage at the bar through the process of litigating this guy. And, he was stumbling at the bar. That's when the bartender gets charged.
Although I will say, I know party plates are still a thing, but I don't see them. I've only seen maybe like 2 or 3 in my whole life. I haven't seen that many party plates.
I don't even know if I'm looking for them anymore.
I wasn't really looking for them, but I just.
But they're brightly colored, at least in this state.
Strike me as odd. I was like, oh, what state are they from? And I was like, oh, the state of inebriation. That's where they're from.
Nailed it. Another piece of video that went around, too, that kind of reminded me of this was from Texas. Also from Texas. Everything's bigger there. 1980s, when people were really resistant. People were resistant to seatbelts back in the day, but those started to save lives. And then people were really resistant in Texas to drunk driving laws. They wanted to drive. It's their car.
Any attempt to restrict drinking and driving here is viewed by some as downright undemocratic.
It's kind of getting common this when a fella can't put in a hard day's work, put in 11, 12 hours a day, and then get in your truck and at least drink 1 or 2 beers.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. You have to wear a seatbelt when you're driving. And pretty soon we're going to be communist country.
Now, the beauty of that video, if you've seen it, is that woman that's talking there right next to her on the passenger side is an infant in the front seat in a car seat facing forward. Because it's 1980. I mean, we did things a lot differently 40 years ago. That, by the way, people really need to learn what communism is.
That would take so much time for them.
Well,
they told me click
not
it or
really,
take it.
actually. Yeah, that's funny. I don't want a lot of hard days' work. What is this, Russia? I can't get in my car and drive. But again, things that at one time seemed antithetical to the way of life. Listen, I told the story years ago after we got back, one of the times we went to Austin, and I got pulled over because we were kind of in this open, we were going from Austin proper out to this restaurant in the suburbs. And so I'm zipping along, I'm in the rental car, and we're having fun. And we get pulled over by a cop. And he sidles up on the passenger side, and he asks if we have any alcohol in the car. And I say no, because we didn't. And he made it very clear that if we did, that's okay. Just make sure that you're driving the speed limit and that you're paying attention to everything. Because I told him, I go, you totally got me. I just wasn't paying attention. I was flying through there. I wasn't going 110, but I mean, I was going above the speed limit. But he made it very clear. Young cop made it very clear. He's like, well, around these parts, just keep your head on a swivel. He's like, if you do have a beverage, and it was kind of like wink, he's like, just be careful. It's Texas in like 2020, So 1980, boy, they wanted nothing to do with drinking and driving laws. If I work 12 hours a day, I should be able to put a nice cold beer to my lips. Now, again, is driving home, having a beer, going to do anything? Probably not. Not to that guy. Not everybody can handle their high. That guy sounded like a guy who could handle his high. He seemed like he knew what his tolerance was.
Any attempt to restrict drinking and driving here is viewed by some as downright undemocratic.
It's kind of getting common this when a fella can't put in a hard day's work, put in 11, 12 hours a day, and then get in your truck and at least drink 1 or 2 beers.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. You have to wear a seatbelt when you're driving. And pretty soon we're going to be communist country.
I just want to take my 2-month-old baby out and have a drink and put her in the front seat.
I mean,
what is this, Russia?
Drinking laws they've been around for a while.
Not everywhere.
Not selling alcohol on Sundays. I mean, that's probably not a Texas thing that's ever been in place, but there's still states where just buying alcohol is a bunch of rigmarole because of all the...
Because of Jesus.
Yeah, all the
commonwealths.
Commonwealth laws they have that are tied to the pilgrims, basically.
You don't need to be buying beer on Sunday. You need to be in church, goddammit. We don't even sell beer till afternoon.
I mean, that's still a thing in Cleveland. And
you can't get it till afternoon on Sunday?
It's like after 10 a.m. or something like that. Because sometimes I'll be at the grocery store and I'll be trying to buy something and they'll be like, oh, you got to wait till after 10. I'm like, God damn it. And they're like, well, don't say that either. That's why.
That's precisely why. It's called circular logic, my friend. I'm going to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. You want to watch live, do it at alancoxshow.com and listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Where is their bread buttered? Right here. This show.
Rock. And Alan Cox.
In addition to being Captain Fun, I'm a nice guy, right?
I'm home of the Cavaliers.
Straight down the lane, pow! 100.7
WMMS.
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy, 3-time Pro Bowler. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
Former Browns captain Bubba Ventrone is coming back to Cleveland. He was hired today as assistant head coach and special teams coordinator. The Cavaliers are back on the hardwood tonight. They'll host the Denver Nuggets. Cleveland's won 8 of their last 10, and they are 4th now in the Eastern Conference. And YouTube star Jake Paul is stepping into the ring once again. The Westlake native will face pro boxer Tommy Fury in Saudi Arabia. It's Sunday. I'm Scott Davidson.
DraftKings Sportsbook is an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code SPORTS for a special offer when you sign up. That's code SPORTS. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Poundcake. 2023 is the year I feel most confident in my skin. Just in time for Pride Month. And I'm no stranger to weight loss after I dropped 30 pounds last year from maintaining healthy food choices and portion sizes. But there was one thing missing, a solid workout routine. I joined Orange Theory Fitness in search of knowledge and motivation to support my goals. Orange Theory is a full-body group workout focused on heart rate-based training, backed by science and tracked by technology. Go to orangetheoryfitness.com for your first free workout. That's orangetheoryfitness.com.
Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take us with you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, get thousands of other stations and playlists all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
You don't need to get personal, like revealing you eat eggs with a shell on. To get the State Farm Personal Price Plan, just call or go to statefarm.com for a quote. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
Hear that? Is that America cheering or a sausage patty sizzling to perfection? It's time to cheer for Egg McMuffin and fresh cracked eggs at McDonald's. It's time to wake up to the aroma of freshly baked biscuits and treat yourself to a real honest-to-goodness morning meal. Breakfast, it's on at McDonald's. Choose any breakfast sandwich, buy one, get one free. Available only on the app. Price and participation may vary. McD app download and registration required. Single item at regular price.
Cleveland Clothing has everything you need to cheer on the boys in wine and gold all season long. Plus, they're the only spot where you can grab officially licensed Buzzard gear. So support local and save 20% when you use the promo code HEARTTHROB now through the end of February. ClevelandClothing.com.
Classic Toyota in Mentor is accredited and A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Shop Classic Toyota on the Auto Campus in Mentor for amazing customer service, selection, and a knowledgeable staff. Classic Toyota is the only place to get your new or pre-owned Toyota. Online at driveclassictoyota.com.
If you're like me, when I'm working with wood, safety is my #1 priority. That's why I use the Wall Manscaper. With its patented wraparound guard and safe touch blade, it's the safest tool for whittling below the old carpenter's belt. No nicks, no cuts, no fear. So protect your package, and all of you, with a full set of wall manscaper tools. Groom safely, my friend.
Reach out, touch faith.
Depeche Mode, live in concert in Cleveland. Memento Mori World Tour 2023. Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, Friday, November 10th. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com. The brand new album, Memento Mori, is available everywhere March 24th. For more, visit DepecheMode.com.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a new Samsung laundry set with extra large capacity, serving up a powerful yet gentle clean in just 28 minutes. Making this the sound of savings on the best appliance brands. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Final days to get up to 25% off select appliances, including Samsung. All finishes included. Ends March 1st. Pricing valid February 9th through March 1st, 2023. Gas Dry Extra. US only. See store or online for details.
Safe Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Katie. When her old car insurance got so expensive, do you think she pedaled around on her kid's princess bike? No, because she found savings with Safe Auto so she could drive instead of compromise. With a super low down payment to get started, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today. Down payments vary and do not mean savings. Terms apply. Safe Auto Group Agency, Inc.
Do high prices on everything have you down? Then you have to check out Gabe's. Gabe's has the lowest prices on all the top brands, so big we can't name them. The store has so much, including food, cleaning, furniture, pet, home decor, baby care, apparel, and footwear for the whole family. Bonus, when you join their new rewards program, the deals get even better. Earn points towards coupons and stack up big savings. So hurry in. Find your closest store at GabesStores.com. That's GABES. Find your deal.
Want to save on groceries? Get the Giant Eagle app and get started. Browse and shop our weekly digital ad for deals on fresh options across the store. Plus, add digital coupons with a tap. Place your order right in the app, then pick it up curbside. Or use the app to plan your trip and save when you check out in store. From tender hand-cut meats to quality produce, feed your family for less with Giant Eagle. Find weekly savings in the Giant Eagle app or at gianteagle.com.
And now for our bonus round. It's the most stressful season of all. Name it, Dave, for 300 points.
What is winter?
Oh, come on. Correct answer. What is tax season? Sorry, Dave. Whoa, who are you?
I'm April from Tax Act, where we help you file for less and get more.
More for less?
Yep, so you can turn tax season into maximum refund season.
Well, there it is, folks. Tax season's a winner after all.
Switch to Tax Act today and start for free.
See taxact.com for details.
Spectrum Business is the no-nonsense way for small businesses to stay connected with fast, reliable internet service and Spectrum Business Connect, the all-in-one app to make calls, host video conferences, and send texts. Connect to customers from any device, anywhere. Get both and get one mobile line free for 1 year. No contracts, no hidden fees, no nonsense. Just business. Visit spectrum.com/business today. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
If you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America.
Hey, it's Rover. Everyone is talking about regenerative medicine now because people who have joint pain are getting real, lasting relief without drugs or surgery. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in this exciting treatment, and they're right here in Cleveland with locations in Beechwood, Independence, and Westlake. QC Kinetics uses highly concentrated healing agents from your own body to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. If you have ongoing joint pain from arthritis or injury, you need to call QC Kinetics. Don't assume that steroids and surgery are your only options. Times have changed, and regenerative medicine can get you moving again with no downtime. Bernie Kosar has been raving about the change in his quality of life since he started treatments for joint pain at QC Kinetics. Don't put it off any longer. Spring is coming. You want to enjoy all life has to offer. Call QC Kinetics, 216-770-5488. That's 216-770-5488. QC Kinetics, Beechwood, Independence, and Lakewood, 216-770-5488. $1,288.
It's auto show season at Classic VW in Mentor. Get 3.9% financing for 72 months on 2023 VW Atlas, Crossport, Taos, and Tiguan models. Hit the easy button and build your deal online at driveclassicvw.com. Then see Mike Urban at the store, complete your purchase, and be on your way in your brand new VW. There's a great selection of new and certified pre-owned Volkswagens with more 2023 inventory coming in daily. Shop for your new VW at Classic Volkswagen in Mentor. DriveClassicVW.com.
Want to start a new romance this February? Get ready to fall in love with your smile. Straighten your teeth without a mouthful of metal or trips to the dentist with Byte.com. That's BYTE.com. Byte clear aligners are doctor-directed and cost thousands less than braces. Byte is available in day and nighttime options, whatever's best for you. Start your clear aligner journey today. Use code IHEART at Byte.com to get an at-home impression kit for just $14.95. That's code IHEART at BYTE.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Pay attention to notice the reverse of everything that is normal becoming abnormal.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
So that is a 7 o'clock tip-off tonight at the Romo Fijo. Going to be a lot of traffic here downtown tonight.
That means that it's Cavs vs. Nuggets, the Nuggets challenge where people will try and eat as many nuggets.
Oh, right.
As I think.
Didn't you do that last year?
I tried it, and it was. I tried a couple of years ago, and it was impossible.
It's a challenge, or it's a thing where you get like free nuggets from McDonald's when the Cavs score or something?
No. It's like you try to keep up. Like you order a ton of nuggets and try to eat as many as they score. Like you're supposed to do it along with the game. I tried to do it.
Wait,
on the
every
show
time,
yeah,
because this is a while ago, so I don't remember the particulars of it. So every time Denver scores, you eat a nugget?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like a lot.
By the time of
the end
of the
eat
night,
like
it's
50 nuggets
points,
or something. Yeah, okay, you're right.
By the end of the night, I mean, if they score like they average like 110 points a game.
Well, I have to feign ignorance on this because we talk about how people eat. That sounds like a lot to me. Is that a lot?
It's a lot.
50 nuggets? I just want to clarify.
I think I got to 30 and I was done.
I know I'm the resident weirdo around here when it comes to food, so I just want to clarify that 50 nuggets is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Nuggets, Cavs tonight here on WMMS, your FM flagship for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. We were watching Jeopardy last night. It was the College Tournament of Champions, and one of the answers was, or one of the questions was about medieval knights or something like that. And I go, gee, what could that be? And the answer was, what were the Cavaliers?
Oh.
And I guess I know that the logo is the guy that looks like the Three Musketeers or whatever. But we're not the Cleveland Musketeers. We're the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Mm-hmm.
And I
Cavaliers.
think Cavaliers. I think I vaguely knew what a Cavalier was, but to see them spell it out like that was quite thrilling.
Cavaliers, it's the Cavaliers in the town, 'cause this is the town where we're now living.
Yep. Hard to believe that song is 8 years old.
That's crazy.
2015. So Cavs tonight. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, first of all, thank you. It's not supposed to be work, but a lot of it is. If you do it from out of state, tell me where. We have a lot of bureau chiefs in the great state of New Mexico. We have Jimbo, who's out in Alamogordo, where they used to do them nuke tests, I think. Doug is in Carlsbad, New Mexico. Colleen's in Santa Fe. We have a bunch of people in Albuquerque. And New Mexico is beset on all sides right now by feral cows. And I guess, we've talked about 20 to 50 feral hogs. We've talked about that before. I've never heard of feral cows. I assume that any previously domesticated animal can become feral. I don't know what the criteria is to become feral. Maybe it's just out there for a long time. It's become one with the environment. I don't know. But there are feral cows all throughout New Mexico that are going to be shot by helicopter. I'm sorry. Shot from a helicopter, not shot by a helicopter. That would be pretty wild.
Put like a Gatling gun on the side of it and just go.
Yeah, if you were able to train a helicopter.
That makes me want to laugh like that Rambo thing.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if you were able to train a helicopter to just fly all over the place and shoot bulls.
What are those hats that they used to wear? That Snoopy used to wear. You know what I'm talking about?
Red Baron with the ear laps and the goggles. Snoopy. Yeah. No, they're going to be shot from a helicopter by a human being in order to cull the population out there.
Whoops, I missed. Sorry.
Uh-huh.
They can't. I feel like cows would be something you could re-domesticate.
I'm shooting the cows, not you.
These free-range cows could probably be used for meat still, right?
Well, a judge has cleared the way for what the Gila Wilderness Plan out there. Ranchers out there wanted to put this off for obvious reasons. Ranchers are like, please don't shoot all these feral cows, because to your point, we could still use them for things, but it's going to start, well, it started this morning.
I feel like that means they just have a surplus on bullets right now, and they're just like, what do we want to do with all these? Let's go shoot some cows, I guess.
Oink, oink, oink.
Oink. Did you say oink?
Oink.
Oink.
You know, like cows say.
Oh.
Feral cows was what we're talking about. Huh?
Ooh. Ooh.
There you go.
Are you saying ooh?
He's a sexy cow is what he...
Moo.
Ooh. Ooh.
Moo.
Oh, boy.
Hey, get those sexy cows down there, will ya?
Moo.
Showing us some leg. Flashing their spots. Feral my ass. Anyway. So the ranchers are like, hey, please don't undertake this plan. And the judge said, sorry, that's what we're going to do. We're going to start knocking off feral cows. So the U.S. Forest Service is going to get up there in the Horley birds, and they're going to start shooting cattle with a high-powered rifle and leaving the carcasses. So they don't even have like another helicopter to scoop these things up or get a truck out there. And they said that 65 tons of dead animals are going to be left in the forest for months until they decompose or are eaten by scavengers. This is the plan. Now, maybe that'll be good for the land out there to have all that decomposing animal worked back into the soil.
The old circle of life.
Circle of life, albeit by this time
Moo.
with a helicopter to help.
Yeah. Cows natural. Everybody's like, cows wouldn't even exist without human domestication. And now that they are undomesticated, they're out there feral, their natural predator is helicopters.
Yeah, that's right. Their natural enemy is the helicopter of feral cows. Mm-hmm. All we asked of you is to remain domesticated. That's not that hard, is it? But no, you had to get out there. You saw Madagascar, and you wanted to get out there and seek your fame and fortune. Well, guess what? This is what you get.
Temple Grandin rolling over in her grave. Is she dead?
I think so, yeah. She talked to horses, yeah?
No, she invented like the
cow. She a cow whisperer?
Yeah, she's a cow. She invented like a machine that would kind of hug the cows so they would feel, and like it just made it a little more ethical, like ramps and stuff, so they weren't always breaking their legs and yeah.
Like when they go up into the meat for you killing floor. Oh, don't worry, Timmy. It's not really a killing floor. It's more like a grate.
And where the meat can sluice through.
Allows the materials to sluice through. That's right. I have this crazy friend who says that eating meat is crazy. Is she crazy? Let's ask this scientician. So this is how they're doing it out there in New Mexico. You are one of our listeners out there. I would love for you to keep me apprised of how this is going to go down, because I'm fascinated by any story that involves feral animals. I'm fascinated by any story that involves Will Ferrell, but specifically these kinds of stories. You know, you figure there's all kinds of animals over the course of whatever that went from being wild to being domesticated and then have gone back to being untamed. So horses, dogs, goats, there are feral goats. Any animal that was domesticated gets back out there, learns to live on the land, rediscovers its inherent connection to the universe. Rabbits, camels, pigs, all of them, right? We've heard about the feral hogs. Now, I'd imagine the smarter the animal, the more difficult it is to pin them down. And cows are pretty smart, right? I mean, pigs are known to be very, very smart.
Very smart, yeah.
Dogs are smart. Maybe it's a function of an animal to be smart that it can even become domesticated. Are there dumb domesticated animals?
Cats.
Are cats dumb?
They're super stupid.
I mean, I don't care for them, but I don't know if they're
I don't know
smart
if they're dumb or not.
Dumbest animals. I'm just going to Google that. The top 10 dumbest animals in the world. Panda bear. See, nobody's walking around with a domesticated panda bear because they're so stupid. They just hang there in the trees. Sometimes they fall out. That's why they're endangered. They're so dumb, they go, oh, I should get away from this guy. It's trying to kill me. Turkeys are dumb. Ostriches. Listen, I had to, and I've told the story before, when I was 16 years old, I had to house sit over the summer. This is a story about the crabapple tufts. People remember that. But that summer that my brother and I house sat for a family friend while they were on a summer-long cruise. We had to oversee their animals because they had like a tiny farm there. So they had horses and dogs and cats and ostriches and a variety of fauna. And we had to take care of these things. And ostriches, in addition to being very imposing and intimidating, if they chase you, you're in trouble. They're very tall, but they're dumb as a brick. And so trying to get it around and get it to where you want it, you'd think that it would be as simple as just, come on, come over here. You really got to dig in your heels and get it moving. So, you know, ostriches, I don't know what the natural predator of the ostrich is, but they're not very good at flying. And what happens is if they can't run away from something that's chasing them, they try to kick. They have a very strong kick. Thing is, if they can't do that, they just flop on the ground. So a lot of times, if an ostrich feels threatened, it will just flop on the ground. And the consensus is that the bird thinks that it's invisible. I don't know how they figured that out. I don't know how anybody came to that conclusion. But my own experience with ostriches was, it was the time I spent with those ostriches is plenty. That was enough. There were 3 of them. And I don't remember their names. I didn't take time to remember the names. But they were, for as much of a pain in the ass as they were to care for an entire summer, you know, but don't get me wrong. The omelets, delicious. Get yourself a giant pan and have a good time. More messages coming in on this iHeartRadio. There's a little talkback button there for you. It couldn't be easier to leave us a message anytime you like.
Hey guys, you were talking about tattoos and people getting professional jobs yesterday. I was going to say I work for the government and I have multiple visible tattoos and I have my nose pierced 6 times. So I guess the times are changing. Okay, bye.
Bye. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. We were talking about that yesterday, that there still remains some stigma on people who are heavily tattooed. So if she's working, listen, a lot of places, they'll take whoever they can get. And if you have a good head on your shoulders, why 6 times in the nose? Seems like overkill.
So many
6
nose
times in the
piercings.
nose.
Yeah.
Like,
I feel weird about people who like. There's businesses that only like people without tattoos or tattoos that have to be covered. Like Abercrombie and Fitch, they didn't really like tattoos, especially like not trashy.
but they were selling a squeaky clean image too.
Yeah,
And racist one.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, they threw you in the back.
But
Allegedly.
I'm not going to base the company off of that.
He's like, I'm half white, and they won't even put me out there.
I had a very nice manager. Like she was the only reason why I stayed as long as I did. I worked there seasonally, and she was very nice.
She was very nice to me. She left me a bowl of water in the back,
But
and
my immediate,
I got to peek out from time to time.
My immediate supervisor and the people that I work with, like my coworkers, were all evil. They were evil, and like just petty stuff, just doing petty things.
Right, but they were all
me.
your age, right? They were like your peers, whereas your manager was probably a few years older than you, or
My manager was a few
had
years.
business on the brain. The people you're working with are like you; they're just killing time at work.
My manager was older than me,
Yeah.
and I think she was only there for, as you say, a cup of coffee, and then she was going to go on to another market, Hollister or Abercrombie and Fitch. But then my supervisor, he was probably older than my manager, and he had been floating around for a bit. I think he was a little bitter, and he would talk down to me and say all this type of stuff, like, I can't believe you don't know the difference between this type of hoodie and this type of hoodie. I'm like, bitch, it's all the same color, my bad. And I was getting framed for stuff. So he would yell at me when my coworkers were all in cahoots, and they were all trying to get me out, because I was like literally the only biracial person there. I was the only black one. And
They were all framing him, Bill.
they didn't like me. And they made fun of the way I walked.
In cahoots. Listen, we all make fun of the way you walk.
In cahoots.
They're like, why do you walk like that?
You came into the film a little video for Orange Theory Fitness in the break, and you came in a way that was so different than how you normally would come in. Like,
Dude,
you come in and fist bump me. I'm like, you would never fist bump me.
That was his showbiz walk.
Right, it's a showbiz walk. But if you wanted it to be more authentic to who you are, you would have come in with your hands up by your shoulders, because that is
hands up by my shoulders.
That's your defensive pose.
Put your hands up by it like this.
You're on a delay, so I have to wait to see.
Okay, but like put your hands. Yeah.
I can't see nothing over
Hands
here.
up by your shoulder, like in front of your.
Yeah, like no.
At shoulder height.
Put your hands now. Ball your hands up.
Wait, like
you, yeah, you walk in, not like, but your wrist back. Yeah, there. No.
Bottom of your wrist facing out.
Are you seeing?
Like this.
Let me see him. What is he doing?
He's doing like this.
You're not riding a motorcycle.
Put your.
What are you, Dennis Hopper?
Flip your wrist back.
Knuckles to the sky.
No, towards your head. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, that's kind of how you walk into a room.
Bill, I'm gonna beat your ass. Actually,
I'm not afraid of that, because that's how you walk into a room.
I don't walk into a room like this. Hey.
No, if
First of all,
if you walk into a room and you have to ask us a question, you will open that door and your hands go up like that.
They do. They do not.
I don't know that I've noticed that, but that's all I'm going to look for now. And be like, here comes Cody.
Hey.
He's got his arms up.
Like, if you're nervous about asking a question, you'll come in and you'll be like,
tap, tap, tap.
Hey.
No, I don't believe that.
Well, I guess now we're going to be looking for it.
Anytime you see it,
we?
though, we're going to point it out.
Yep, we're going to be looking for it now.
I thought you were saying, like, why my wrist got to be bent back? Like, I thought you said I got, like, a limp wrist. I just walk in like, hello.
No, they're more cocked back.
Hey.
Like,
no, that's more suitable. Wow. No.
Oh, thank you.
Well, you're not going to see that in the video, so screw you.
I know, because you were doing Butch Cody.
Oh, yeah.
He was Cody switching.
I'll pull back the curtain. I am going to pull back the curtain a little bit because I think it's funny, but I do feel a little phony because last night I was like, I'm going to get like some footage in and I'm going to be like, beefcake instead of pound cake. So I did my first workout with my contacts in. I'm like, I'm about to pass out.
Why? Because but you don't normally wear your glasses, do you, when you work out?
I do wear my glasses when I work out because I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna try and be cute. I'm gonna try and like get my stuff together, like and really focus. But this was the one time I'm like, I might be filmed, so I want to look cute and. Stuff happens when I work out.
Do you have like glasses with like a racquetball strap on them? I mean, you have like the goggles or
I'm just very careful, but sometimes my glasses fog up, or I get like sweat on them, so I have a bunch of drops. I have a bunch of drops on my lenses I got to wipe off. I literally
He's so
need,
moist all the time.
like some windshield wipers. So
yesterday, after I got out of the gym, it was, super rainy yesterday and pretty cold still. It was probably like 35 or so. And when I got into my car, it steamed up
That's what I'm saying.
so quickly that like there was like beads. I'm like, boy, that was a good workout, I guess, because this whole car is just a steam box.
I felt like such a phony because I was working out and I'm like, I was looking in the mirror when I'm on the treadmill because it's like right there in front of you. I'm like, I look really hot, but no one's going to believe this. I was like, I can't post a video like this because no one's going to believe
But you're doing the work.
I know.
You should be posting all kinds of stuff.
They have to take
You shouldn't feel phony about it.
But I am an Urkel that got ripped, but I'm not a Stefan yet. Like, no one's going to take me at my Stefan right now because they don't believe it.
All right. He's not Buddy Love yet. He's still Professor. He's between Professor Clump and Buddy Love. I got to take a break. Hey, if you want those Ugly Kid Joe tickets, they are coming back through to do a show this spring. If you dig those guys, I'll hook you up coming back. If you want to text for anything, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever. WMMS.
The Buzzard.
See Mike DeWine gingerly taking a sip of that water there in East Palestine. Boy, they're trying to convince everybody out there that everything's hunky-dory. He's got like 2 fingers of tap water in a glass, and he's in somebody's kitchen. He's out there with the EPA guy, and they're making a big show about the fact that the water's fine. Meanwhile, I don't think there's anybody who actually lives in that town who buys any of it.
Still better than Dasani.
Yeah, is that the rap that's out there?
I mean, Dasani's just the worst,
People say that, but I'm not quite sure what they mean. I've had Dasani, and to me it tastes like any other kind of water. I mean, when pressed, if I have to purchase a bottle of water, and I can find it, I'm a Fiji man.
Right, you're not going. Dasani's everybody's last choice. Anytime there's a natural disaster and everybody buys all the, there's a boil in effect, like boil advisory in effect, whatever, the water is all like sold out, you always see Dasani left over. Like it's the last one to go.
I wonder why that is. Coke makes Dasani, yeah?
Yeah.
I wonder why that is. Because there's all kinds of competing waters.
Right.
Everything from local in-house labels at wherever you go grocery shopping to Deer Park water. Anyway, here's that video if you haven't seen it, DeWine in somebody's kitchen. They're trying to make believe that everything is just fine out there in East Palestine.
All right, here's studio. Okay.
Everybody's like, I hope this is okay. Mike DeWine's going to get back to Columbus with a nipple in the middle of his forehead, and he'll have to cover that up and tell everybody, Do you imagine if it has the opposite effect, if it does something amazing to Mike DeWine?
He makes him taller.
Oh, makes him taller. He grows like, that's a short man. I used to see him in the halls when we were out at Oak Tree, and every so often he'd come in to do a segment with WTAM down the hall, and I would run into him in the hallway, and we'd exchange pleasantries. That's a small man. In stature, I mean, not in influence.
We have detected some in other homes, but usually it's a paint can or a thinner.
Mm-hmm. Let me scoot this back here. They're in the kitchen. Oh, that's so good. That water's just delicious. So refreshing. They're cheersing each other. Like it's a suicide pact.
Right.
How is this going to convince them? Yeah. Who is this going to convince there in... Because obviously it's a photo op, but I mean, what are you supposed to do after you have a sip? Because they all just kind of stand there and nod at each other. They're not going to go, ooh, that's good, because that's overselling it. Nobody's going to think it's good. But for them, like Cincinnati, the city of Cincinnati has cut off the Ohio River to their water table because they're terrified of what's coming down the river. And so, like, the city of Cincinnati has to come up with different plans now.
That makes us feel better.
Yeah, but it will continue. All right, here's studio. Okay.
How does that make you feel better that DeWine is drinking the city water? The lady's like, that makes us feel better. Does it? That you'll all die together if that's what happens?
I would rather die with a bunch of people than die by myself.
Because you all drank chemically toxic water?
Yeah, if I got to suffer, I want you to suffer too. No one wants to suffer by themselves.
But we all die alone, Poundcake.
But I want them to
Poundcake's
suffer
the guy
too.
that
He's a guy that I want other people to suffer so that I don't suffer alone, except that we all suffer alone.
If they chose him to go and blow up the asteroid in Armageddon, Poundcake, instead of sacrificing himself to save the world, would be like, if I gotta die, the whole world gotta die.
I'm taking everybody with me.
Yeah.
Yep. Then there's an explosion. That's him.
And then I look over and you see a bloom of smoke and then the explosion.
Uh-huh.
That's absolutely my stance. Are you guys surprised?
You wouldn't save the planet.
No.
You wouldn't sacrifice yourself to save 7 billion people.
But this is genius on his part because he would never be asked to do that because they
never.
know the answer.
But
He'd never be.
in this scenario,
it's
it's
the
up to
perfect
him.
planned obsolescence on his part.
We're putting him in a scenario where it's absolutely on Poundcake. If he sacrifices himself, he can save 7 billion people. If not,
It's integral to the equation.
Yeah.
You, the only person, for whatever reason, the only person who can pull off this mission is you. It's the downside to being newly shredded. They look at you and you go, oh my God, that's a guy who's seen some stuff. This is a guy who has the fortitude and the elbow grease to bring us to a new land.
I understand that I have to be sacrificed, but I want to know what I get out of it. Like
you save 7 billion
You save
people.
7 billion
there has
people.
to be a quid pro quo here.
Now, in your
You're
defense,
dead. You are dead.
Long, no, I understand that I have to die, but how long do I have to die? Like, do I have 48 hours before this asteroid
no,
hits?
instantly. No, oh, what do you mean?
Okay.
Like
The lead up time?
No, you don't get to go and like sow your wild oats and like have.
no.
You get.
No.
All right.
We don't get to make that decision. We're at the mercy of the asteroid.
Yeah.
We don't get to go, hey, the asteroid, let's
But how did I
let's
find
back
out?
let's
Okay.
back time it so you can get to the club.
How did I find out that I was the chosen one? With the moment I find out I'm the chosen one and the only one that can save
Your
the world
voice is the only thing that can stop this asteroid, and it is your. It will break it into a billion little pieces, and it won't be a threat anymore.
I would say.
So we have to time it up just right so that it's in the atmosphere, so your voice will actually carry through space, because you know it won't carry out in the vacuum of space. So it's a complicated thing. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. The point is, you don't have time to go and have like a day of partying.
A pile? That's what I want. I would say
It's like you have to leave from here and go and save the world.
I would say I don't know if my voice can do that. I need someone to make me go for a long period of time. So y'all got to figure something out. That's so funny.
But that's all you got to do is just go.
I'm feeling hoarse.
Yeah,
that's what I would say. I'm feeling hoarse.
You would not save the. So what you're saying is you would not save the planet. You would not save 7 billion people.
You ungrateful bastards.
He has no, but you'd have an entire planet grateful for your sacrifice. What do you mean ungrateful bastards? You haven't done anything yet. Why are we grateful to you? You haven't done anything yet.
Yes, but I want to know that
He wants preemptive gratitude is what he wants. He has no civic pride.
What you guys want is the ability to take me for granted. Like after I sacrifice, y'all.
How do we take someone for granted who has stepped up? Take someone for granted? That's when you assume somebody's going to do something. You take them for granted. We're asking you, will you make the ultimate sacrifice? The sacrifice that over the years, hundreds of thousands of our countrymen have made just for our country. Here's a chance to be immortalized
by the
globally as the man.
You are the man who saved the world.
Saved the world.
You saved the entire planet.
You know, David Bowie met the man who sold the world. You're the man who saved the world.
So you have a legacy forever as that man.
They'll be singing your praises in every language around the globe.
Cake so loved the world that he gave his only life. I don't know, man.
Proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars were so gallantly there, as the rockets were.
This is the guy that's going to sing at his funeral.
And the twilight's last gleaming, and the rockets' red glare were so gallantly there. The stripes were all there, and the rockets were there.
Man, shut your ass up.
So you're just killing us all.
Yes. God's will.
Hey, God's
for you to
will.
step
It's
up.
not God's will. You have a chance to stop the whole thing. God's will is that you sacrifice yourself in this moment.
Well, then he will just kill me. I don't have to sacrifice myself. I'm gonna be.
How does he know so much about God all of a sudden?
Right,
Buddy? He's really taking a lot for granted. He's talking about taking somebody for granted. This made up person in the sky. You're really letting him do a lot of heavy lifting.
And also, he is unwilling to save everybody. He's like, oh, I'm going to die. I'm taking everybody with me.
Maybe we're approaching this the wrong way. Let me go to Ryan very quickly. I'll circle back to Poundcake. I need a breather from that. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, hi guys.
What's up,
Love
dude?
the show.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, so I just got leaving work and I heard you guys talking about Dasani water, and the reason it's the last one I think is because they add salt to the water.
They add salt. That seems to be counterproductive.
It is very counterproductive.
Why do they do that?
It's supposed to quench your thirst. It's something to give it a little bit different of a flavor. That's what I've been told.
Add salt to the water.
Yeah.
Maybe they figure that'll get people consistently drinking more of it.
Right.
You know, like when
But,
they oversalt the popcorn at the movie, so you buy the giant
Yeah.
soda. Yeah.
Yep.
Salt.
Crazy.
Yeah, okay,
Look it
thank
up
you.
sometime.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys have a
Thank
good
you,
one.
Ryan. Now back to Poundcake. Maybe we're approaching this the wrong way.
I'm listening.
Poundcake is the one person who can save the globe. Poundcake, what do you require to make that sacrifice? What would you like us to do? You really do have us in a barrel here. You've got us up against it. So what would you like?
I need, first of all, there's stipulations because I don't know when this asteroid is hitting.
We do. 24 hours.
Okay, well, then I just need essentially a pile. I need to live it up. I need to do everything I wanted to do. I want to visit, if I can visit Tel Aviv real quick.
So we have to, real quick. So we have to,
live
but you realize that anywhere you go, people are going to be terrified, not really down to get in a pile with you.
They're going to be like, why are you here?
We're going to have to recruit people to
That's fine.
fulfill your base desires. In the last 24 hours, it's barely worth it, Bill. As I'm saying it out loud, it's barely worth it.
We need a new
you know
hero.
what? I've really come around to, I want us all to die so that he dies.
Glad.
Listen. Well, this has been the worst job interview of all time.
Right.
You are not getting this gig. You are not going to be the chosen one. You don't have an altruistic bone in your body, do you?
It would be if I was like
No wonder he's a
50.
Trump guy. Everything's transactional.
If I was
Every
50,
single thing is transactional.
If you were 50, no, you're not 50. It's today. You have to walk out of this station at the end of this conversation and go save us all. Either that's the stake.
No, because I won't live. I'm not gonna do it because I won't live with any guilt. If we're all gonna die, then I don't have any shame. If it was like half the population
You're
were
killing
gonna
us
die.
all. You're killing Alan. You're killing Nora.
Well, he doesn't care about that. He cares about my kid.
Okay, for Nora.
If he can't whip him, he can't
Nora could
save
be the
him,
only
Bill.
one
You know
alive.
his mantra.
Nora's gonna be the only one alive. I'll
That's
save
not
just Nora.
First of all, that's not any better. But it's.
You didn't want me to kill Nora, so therefore she's.
But
gonna
I'm
be the
saying
only
like
one alive.
there's your.
I'll die
your
with my
nephew.
family. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. I don't need your
Your
charity.
nephew's gone. Your mom's gone. All these people that you love are gone.
But I'm gone too.
But they
So I'm not
they
gonna feel
still
the
want.
pain.
But they still wanted to have a life, and all you had to do was step up in that moment and be the sacrifice.
They have no life without me. They'll be in so much pain and agony. They don't know how they're gonna go on.
Boy, he's really.
You want me very badly to say yes.
By the way, I don't know.
I want you to
what-
tell the truth, and I appreciate you
Yes,
telling the truth.
I don't know what we were expecting, by the way. There's nothing here.
Hells no, I'm not sacrificing my life for y'all. No.
There's a lot of things we can count on.
No.
Oprah loves bread. Poundcake won't do anything to save other people.
I love bread.
And he will not sacrifice himself to save the planet.
My anxiety.
All this jibber jabber.
anxiety.
It would
all this jibber jabber that people have about what generation's going to save the planet, right? Nobody can save the planet. It's not going to happen. Here's a chance for you to save everyone on it. And you go, Nope.
I would think it's a setup. I'm like, you're
A
setting me
setup.
You're setting me
You
up.
can look in the sky and see the asteroid coming. It's a
The Truman
world
Show.
It's a world killer. You can look. It's like Melancholia, that
Yeah.
Kirsten Dunst movie. You and you alone, for whatever reason, I don't know.
Yeah.
Fill in the blank. Can solve this problem.
I don't believe it. I don't believe that person. They're trying to set me up. They just want to get rid of me, and then they're going to be like, oh, I don't know
What
why
person
Poundcake
wants-
sacrifice himself.
Other than me and Bill, what person wants to get rid of you?
I don't know. Whoever told me that I'm the chosen one, I'm like, you're blowing smoke up my ass. And
Everyone has told you.
I don't believe them. They're setting me up. They want to get rid of me. For
But
some
if you
reason.
don't sacrifice yourself, you would die with everyone else.
And then I'll believe them. I'm like, oh my gosh,
But
they weren't
you'll
joking.
be dead.
Well, then I
And
won't.
so everyone that you loved, rather than sacrificing yourself, don't you like?
You guys are the
you
people
call
that
yourself.
say-
You call yourself a Christian.
Okay, but you guys are saying that, you guys say that you're not a Christian. So why are you guys trying to convince me to sacrifice myself for the greater good when you say,
Because
when
we're
we die,
atheists.
there's nothing. Okay, but when we die,
I
there's
realize
nothing.
I realize people wipe their ass with the phrase Christian these days. They don't really mean anything to them other than some kind of badge of honor that's nonsense. But, you know, if you call yourself that, let's take it as a alleged point of pride. If you call yourself that, why wouldn't you do the Christian thing?
Because Jesus already did it. That's why.
Already did what?
He already sacrificed his life for the world.
Not
So I
in
know
a
it's
way
for the
that saves
sins.
seven for
Yeah.
sins.
This is for actual life.
To remove original sin.
And all I have
And
to
there,
go is
and by the way,
me.
there's no way to prove any of that. So that's
Yeah.
the great part about that. You just take that little
Yes,
bit on
it's a
faith.
simple thing that you have to do. It's not anything hard you have to do, but only you can do it to save everybody on the planet, and you won't do it. I would do it in a heartbeat. Like, you wouldn't even have to. I mean,
Well, I want stuff after.
you don't get stuff. You are dead.
But so there's no guarantee that I'll go to heaven.
People want first.
We don't know if that's
it's
happening.
It's not real. You're gonna die, and that's it. People want to know how Poundcake has a single friend. How do you have one? Right, but after a while, that's just me. That's not enough. Like, people say that like that means something. That's just me. I'm an a-hole. Like, that's how people end up by themselves.
Well, I'm still single, so I have friends. But
Well, this is really going to work in your favor.
I don't know what you want me to say. I don't
want you to say. You do know what we want you to
I
say.
don't feel like it would be worth it.
To save every single human.
I don't think it would be worth it to save mankind. You know, I mean, we've got a short shelf life as it is.
'Cause
We're
that's
on we're on the downside of our Homo sapiens career. There's not really that much to look
One
forward
life
to.
lost is too many.
I'm sorry?
One life lost is too many.
Well, isn't that convenient?
It's
You've never heard of the good of the many outweighs the good of the few?
No,
definitely not. How
You've
it
never
lives.
heard that before.
No,
Well, now you have.
I don't believe it.
He doesn't believe it. Well, anyway. All right.
I beg to differ.
You know, the irony of this is he's working out to make himself more attractive to people.
Right.
Except this is going to turn every single person he ever runs into off immediately. Doesn't matter what he looks like.
Would you jump in front of a bullet to save your mom?
The pause on this guy.
Yes, I would.
So why would
Why the pause?
Because I was thinking about, like,
What's my mom going to do for me?
because
If I jump in front of her and I live, what's she going to do for me?
She has to push me. I don't believe in suicide. I can't commit suicide.
It's not suicide.
jumping
You're
in front of-
saving your mother.
Me jumping in front of a bus, that is intentional. That's suicide.
You don't know that you'll die. You just know that you'll save
just
your
trying to
mother from
save your
being
mom.
hit.
But the chance that I get hit and die.
So no,
would
you're
be
not.
But that's
going to
not
do it.
suicide.
Your mom would. If your mom has to push you in
She has
front
to
of
push
her
me.
to save, that's not the.
Someone has to push me. I can't do it.
Suicide is
Right.
when there's no external stimulus going on there. There's no
This
extenuating
is sacrifice. This is
circumstance.
a
That's
different
right.
You
thing.
guys peer pressuring me to
If you
do
believe
it and
in-
make me feel bad.
If you believe in Jesus, you believe Jesus committed suicide?
No.
Well, what's the difference?
He didn't
You just said
put
he
himself on the cross.
he did it to save the world. That's what we're asking you to do. We're asking you to be Christ-like.
To put your life on the line to save another life, and you won't do it.
If you won't do it for one, he won't even do it. If one's too many, why wouldn't you jump at the chance to save 7 billion? If one is too many, as you say.
Bill has to push me, and then I'll do it.
We'll all push you.
Fine.
Don't worry.
Fine.
We'll all push you.
Push me.
Come.
Push me, and then I'll do it.
Come here. I'm going to push you. I want to push you right now.
Alan, would Poundcake save the world if the asteroid was going to hit, but he would be the only one to survive?
Yes.
You'd rather be the only one on the planet? Because there's going to be nobody around. There's going to be you, the animals.
Well, that's fate. And all that stuff.
Fate. He sure puts his faith in a lot of nonsense.
I know.
I'll tell you what. When actual concrete solutions are put in front of you, that's all made up. He can't figure that out. But all the mumbo-jumbo, that makes perfect sense. Well, anyway, we've learned a lot about each other, I think. Not just Cody. We've learned a lot about each other. But I've got to take a break. Enough of this nonsense. Comedian Phil Hanley is going to join us a little bit later on. I'm excited to meet him. He's very funny. He's doing the Weekend at Hilarities. I'll have those auto show passes for you a little bit later on, too. If you're hitting me up to go see Impractical Jokers, I'll get you set up with those later on, too. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Idiot. Stupid moron.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text. Cavaliers are back home tonight at the Romo Fijo. Play the Denver Nuggets. 7 o'clock tonight. If they're doing that Nugget challenge, just be careful. Just keep an eye on things, Do they do that every time? Is that an unofficial thing?
Yeah, I mean, it's just
thing?
something that people on Twitter do.
I see.
It's not like anything that the Cavs are endorsing.
No, but I mean, like, it's not a McDonald's promotion that they do locally?
I don't think they'd be allowed to, say, try and eat 100 nuggets.
Kids and their crazy online challenges. Nuggets, Cavs, tonight, 7 o'clock on the Buzzard. And on the iHeartRadio app, by the way. You can listen there. Cavs will head off to Atlanta to play the Hawks tomorrow night, and then back to host the Raptors of Toronto on Sunday. Comedian Phil Hanley is going to join us shortly. He's Canadian. He's a funny dude. He's at Hilarities all this weekend. So we'll meet him. I'll have, what do I got? Auto show tickets for you later. Want to go to see Impractical Jokers. Next week on the show, for people who are asking me if I will have Depeche Mode tickets, the answer is indubitably. I will have Depeche Mode tickets for you all next week.
And yes, you can still get tickets to see me in Warren.
What?
At the Underground Lounge. Get tickets at billsquire.com.
When's the show? March 3rd?
March 3rd. March 3rd, 8 p.m. Get them tickets.
So Depeche Mode tickets next week. They announced that show at Romo Fijo on November the 10th. If you want to go see the MAC Men's Championship, I will have tickets for you for that next week. Brit Floyd, they've been doing 50 years of 50 years of Dark Side. Dark Side of the Moon's 50 years old. But Brit Floyd is doing Nautica. And if you're a hockey fan, I'll have Monsters tickets for you next week. The Grand Rapids Griffins are going to be in town about a week or so. So that's all next week on the program. It's another short week next week because next Friday we're getting preempted by Guardians Baseball. It's Cactus League action live from Goodyear, Arizona. The Cleveland Guardians will play the Cincinnati Reds at 3:05 on Friday, March the 3rd. So taking a bit of, take a breather from us, taking a bit of Guardians baseball, get you set for the season, and then out to Warren you go.
That's right. I'm excited.
Bill Squire's show.
For Guardians baseball to be back. I wore my Guardians hat today because I'm just getting that fever.
Yeah.
Keep starting to see some of the stuff out of Goodyear, and it's just getting me pumped up.
Mm-hmm. Their very first game is Saturday. I think they're playing the Reds there, too. Are we playing the Reds? I could be wrong about that. I have Reds on the brain. I think they're playing the Reds on the 3rd, yeah.
Yeah, I think. Because they share the same facility, basically, so they usually start off against each other.
Talking about the Denver Nuggets and Jamal Murray, who plays for the Denver Nuggets. He was complaining about the All-Star game. He said people weren't out there playing hard, which I think has been a complaint for a while now. Back in the day, and I think Jamal Murray is one of those guys. He's like, I only have one speed. I get out there. I like to play. I like to play hard. And he's like, a lot of dudes aren't out there playing hard. And that was his primary complaint.
Well, you don't
Steph Curry wasn't in it at all. I think LeBron was in for a little bit.
I think Steph Curry, was he injured? I think he was.
Yeah, I don't think he was in it at all, though. Because they were talking about how it was record low ratings for the All-Star game, but still a lot of people watched. So more people used to low for the All-Star game, but the ratings were still good. It was huge. It was the most watched TV program for people under 50.
What I'm curious about,
but overall the ratings were
when they're doing
a record low for the All-Star game.
When they're doing Nielsen ratings, are they including people watching on streaming, or are they just talking about broadcast?
Well, I think this was talking about broadcast. I mean, depending on
see, that's why I never care about the ratings anymore, because people watch things in so many different ways. Because if you're watching it on YouTube TV or Hulu Live or anything like that.
I don't think Nielsen
that doesn't count.
I don't think Nielsen is messing with those, but it does.
But there's millions of people watching it that way.
Understood.
So when they say, "Oh, the ratings are down," I'm like, well, the game's changing so much. When it comes to how people consume media, I don't think it means that people are less interested. I think there's different avenues and ways to watch this stuff. So what this is really saying is people aren't subscribing to cable the same way.
And they kind of alluded to that. They're like traditional TV audiences are just getting smaller and smaller.
Mm-hmm.
But like Nielsen can't even figure out how to get ratings off of our stream.
Yeah.
So, for all the people who listen to us on the app that we talk to you about all the time, that doesn't even register in my ratings. Nielsen can't figure that out. So when they're talking about television ratings, I think they're talking about broadcast, cable, because they can figure out ratings from like time-shifted viewing on things like Hulu, but I don't know that they're looking at YouTube TV and things like that. I'll tell you something I thought was interesting. I mentioned earlier that I caught Jeopardy last night, and it was the college championships. So 3 kids in college. And one of the questions was, and obviously they're all nerds, so they're not going to get a sports question, but it was a kind of a sports question about where Monday Night Football had moved. And I think they're on the answer was ESPN, right, after being on another network. But I thought it was interesting that all 3 of these college kids answered with a traditional TV network. They all 3 got it wrong because one of them said CBS, one of them said ABC, and one of them said Fox. So to these kids, to some degree, and again, that's just one little snapshot, but I just thought it was interesting that all 3 of those kids, ESPN didn't occur to them. They thought network television.
Well, it's confusing too because when stuff airs on ABC, it's branded with ESPN stuff.
Yeah, because there's about 5 companies now that own everything.
Right.
So, yeah.
So, but I mean, that is
there's
strange.
vertical integration.
And also, what a bunch of nerds. They don't know when Monday Night Football. Come on. How many nerds? The one question. That's the thing is the one question that they all get wrong is always going to be the question that I know. Because it's something that is just a dummy like me is going to be like, of course, Monday Night Football's on ESPN. Everybody knows that. And then they're like, what's the state capital of Kansas? I'm like, oh, that's for idiots.
Well, but again, a lot of people do know what you know. But these kids, like, you ask them a question about 16th century medieval literature, they are on top of it. But they were like, so I didn't expect them to know the answer, but I just thought it was interesting that they each rattled off a legacy television network. Messages on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen there, you can always hit us with a talkback message.
Alan, speak for yourself when you say that we all die alone. My grandmother had my aunt by her side 24/7, including when she died. So not all of us die alone.
Bill, you know what I meant, right? I didn't mean physically alone. I was with my dad at his bedside for 2 weeks before he died. I don't mean die alone physically. Yes, I mean you die alone. Nobody when the light goes out, that's just you. Ain't nobody taking that ride with you. You die. Everyone dies alone. You can be surrounded by people. Might make it a little easier of a transition. But yeah, we all die alone.
You're right, but
Poundcake couldn't bring himself to make that sacrifice to save, let me check my notes, the planet.
But when people are talking about that, they're saying they want to be like the ideal way to die to most people is surrounded by loved ones.
Well, yes, but that's not when I say we all die alone, that's not what I mean. Obviously, plenty of people have people physically around them.
That's what people think of.
All I'm going to say...
It's a semantic argument.
Well, but that's very clearly not what I meant. He didn't get it, but that's not obviously.
I think most
context clues you could figure that out.
I think most people would think when you say, "We all die alone," or like whether.
Why would people think that I meant no one around you? Plenty of people die with family around them.
Alan, what kind of people do you think live in this world?
What am I speaking Chinese around here or something?
No, but I think. I'm actually kind of on this guy's side because the moment of death is not what people are thinking of when you say die alone.
Right,
are
but they
thinking-
can't possibly also be thinking that I'm saying everyone dies with no one around them.
But that's what this
patently-
guy was thinking.
But why?
Because that's how he perceived.
But it's so obvious that no one would say that. You got to go one layer deeper with me, all right? I mean, come along with me.
Go deeper.
Oh, come on.
They you know how people take stuff out of context all the time, and
But
they'll be like,
I like to think we have a pretty smart audience, because if you weren't, you wouldn't like this show, right? There's plenty of dumb places for you to go. There's no way that, I mean, listen, obviously he took it that way, but no one would be like, everyone dies with no one around them. That's absurd. It's absurd. The point was,
Especially with
when
all the mass
you die,
shootings.
you die. Everyone dies alone. What, Cody?
All I'm going to say is,
Guy's got my hackles up.
you guys don't appreciate the world enough for me to sacrifice my life for it. You guys don't recycle the
Oh,
way you're
stop
supposed
it.
to. Nope.
I've had enough. I've had enough. I don't need any more fakakta excuses from you. You've
You
made
guys
your
need to
point.
act like you want someone
You've
to sacrifice
made
yourself
your
for the
point.
world.
You've made your. Ask Bill and I the same question.
Would you guys sacrifice
Yes,
yourself?
unequivocally. Yes, of course we would.
Why
We wouldn't even
you have
think.
to
That's
think
right.
twice?
All this pollution.
Thing
people
is, you don't
care.
have the reason that it makes you such a perfect candidate is that you are not responsible for anyone else. You have no responsibilities other than yourself. That's what makes you a perfect candidate.
just wanna take that
We
away.
have other responsibilities beyond ourselves, and we would still do it. Leave them behind.
Well, that's bullying me. You just want to
Yes,
take away
we would.
my little,
Yes,
my
that's
little
right.
low life.
If there was ever a time for bullying, it would be to bully you into sacrificing yourself for. Let me check my notes. The world. I feel like I'm doing Norm.
Not bothering
Who
nobody.
did Germany fight? The world.
Just want to go on and live my life, and everyone else.
Enough.
Oh.
I got you.
Yeah,
we
you're
understand.
not going to sacrifice yourself.
Right.
We get it.
We understand.
You're just going to let us all die.
Yeah,
It's okay.
thank you. That's all right.
You're showing us your true colors. When people tell you who they are, believe them.
In the words of one, Jane's Addiction, nothing's shocking about this conversation, by the way. Hello, Bianca.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, that was my favorite breath spray back in the day. It's mint. Oh,
Banaka.
Yes,
I'm
that's
sorry?
That's Banaka.
Oh.
Yeah, I got a lot of that in middle school.
Yeah.
Banaka.
Well, I
Yeah.
don't have a lot of new jokes.
Banaka had definitely had a early late 80s, early 90s. Banaka was everywhere, and I don't even, does it
It was
exist
everywhere,
anymore?
yes.
Yeah.
You go.
I don't think so.
You can get
But
it.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
you can still get it. It's I think
Oh, can
it's
you?
gum. You can still get a spray, a little blast in your mouth. Who wouldn't want a blast in their mouth of Bianca, quite frankly?
I completely agree. It's
Right.
amazing.
Yeah.
I'm refreshing.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, I was calling about, you guys were talking about Nielsen ratings,
Yeah.
and I used to be monitored by them. My house was.
good for you.
You mean officially or
Yes.
unofficially? They just wanted to look in
No,
your windows and see what you were
officially.
doing. Oh, okay.
No, not creepily, like legit.
Now, was this
They
back
have
when they had?
machines-
Was this way back when they had the thing that went on top of your television?
It wasn't on top. It's still like a big, huge block of machinery,
Yeah.
but it's behind.
Yeah.
This happened. It was during the COVID lockdown period, right before that.
Oh,
So I
that
had it
recently
that whole time.
That recently
Yeah.
they still have all that machinery. I just figured at this point it would be a dongle
yeah.
that they put into your TV. Okay.
No, the guy who installed it, he said they're super behind technology wise.
Yeah, that's what we're constantly complaining about.
Right, and that's what
Yeah.
we have to deal with. It's like that. Oh, it's like using paper ballots.
If you want them to track, like you said, streaming on, say, your laptop and stuff, then obviously that's software. It's
Yeah.
not going to be some huge machine. But your TVs, it's literally a huge machine. He had
Right.
it in a basket behind our TV.
Was that a month-long thing, Bianca?
No, it was, I think typically they want you to do it for a year, but because
Wow.
I got it right before the COVID lockdown, I ended up having it for, I think, almost 2 years.
Oh, wow.
Really? Wow.
And you know what's so
Yeah.
weird about that? So would it still count things if it was like Netflix? How would it, or is it only when it was
So on our
cable?
TV, so we only had it hooked up to the TV. If you could, if you wanted, it wasn't TVs are required. And then if you want them to do it to like your laptop or tablet, then they would do that. But I didn't want that because I was like, I don't want your tracking software on my laptop and on my, tablets and all that. So on the computer, on my TV, yes, like we would tell them, okay, we have Netflix, we have Hulu, we have, whatever, HBO Max, and it would track those. It would track all of that as long as it's through the TV, whatever their software, their equipment is hooked up to, and I had to tell them about it. So like say 6 months in, we ended up getting, something else like Amazon, Prime or whatever. Then I would tell them, hey, we added this, and then they would update their software to then pick up that as well. But if I streamed something, say on my phone or like on my laptop, it would have never got that. It would have never counted that in the ratings because it wasn't hooked up to them.
So somewhere, the Nielsen people have 2 years of Bianca's television viewing habits, and they're pouring.
Really, my children.
They're pouring over them. They're like, "Wow, Bianca watches a lot of Peppa Pig. This grown woman watches so much Bluey. It's okay. Thank you, Bianca.
Right. No. Well, and they track it by person. Like you'd have to. I had to train the kids. Like if you're watching TV, press your button that tells them it's you.
Yeah.
So they know, like, my 5-year-old is watching Peppa and it's not me.
Right.
Even though I'm in the room probably watching too. But yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I would watch my, like, grown-up stuff on a tablet and didn't give them any ratings. But, like, all the kids stuff.
You're not giving us any ratings right now either. So bye-bye.
Thank you, Bianca. I appreciate the call. Thank you so much.
I looked up on YouTube how Nielsen TV ratings work, and, like, the first comment is, wow, so overly complicated for an inaccurate number. So it's like exactly what you think it is, meaningless.
Yeah, again, back in the day, like if you were, the Nielsen families, that was what they were referred to as the people that had those. Used to be a TV top, but essentially what she's talking about. But that technology, I guess, for their television ratings have not changed that much. Oh, who's this?
All right, now, I can't sit silently here now. You know who this is. This is Alex, okay? Don't even act like you don't know who it is, okay? Now, you know I gotta keep tabs on the show. I cannot sit here one more minute while you act like you don't have $1 million. You know what? Everybody wants to get on Trump, okay, about his tax returns. Let's see your tax returns, Alan. Let's see that liberal slush fund of a tax return that you have. All right, I'm calling you out, Mr. Millionaire Moneybags.
Oh, America. Tell you what, boy, he's so angry. I wish I was bankrupt like Alex Jones. We were talking about that earlier.
I agree with him. I want to see those tax returns, bud.
You know what? I will show you my tax returns if Poundcake sacrifices himself for the world.
Oh, we're never going to see
Show
him.
us first.
No, you ungrateful bastard.
That's the stipulation.
That's what he calls everybody. You're not the one making the stipulations anymore. You've made too many stipulations, and it's gotten us nowhere. So guess what? We're going to be making some stipulations. Oh, goblins.
This is it. Everybody get ready. America. America. Get that through your head, dude. America. America.
Listen. What? We're going to move on. I'm going to have those yellow card tickets for you. Want to go see those guys? Are doing the 20th anniversary of the Ocean Avenue album. So if that's in your wheelhouse, we'll do that coming back. Comedian Phil Hanley is going to join us shortly. He's in town to do hilarities right around the corner from us all weekend long. You want to text 35192, AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeart
podcast that dives into our networks in business, entertainment, and sports. We are sitting with Dude Perfect, NFL wide receiver Brandon Cooks, a 12-time Emmy Award winner, Jim Gray.
Hello, friends. How y'all doing?
I'm so excited to be here.
Thank you for having me.
We really appreciate the time.
What's up, y'all? This is Chase Rice, and this is Studio 22.
Listen to Studio 22 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's free stuff for you.
Okay, you want to go see Yellow Card? They're back on the road celebrating 20 years of Ocean Avenue. My time flies. And bringing some friends with them. Special guest Mayday Parade, Story of the Year, and This Wildlife. It's all going to happen out at Blossom. It's Wednesday, July 12th. LiveNation.com. If you want to buy them, do it there. Other info on the show. Want to win them? Be caller 10. And they're yours. Yellow Card and friends. Good luck. Caller 10. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
Alan Cox. He's been asked to leave on multiple occasions.
Get out!
He does that whole, huh? I can't hear you. It's too loud in here thing.
100.7 WMMS.
We're going to talk to comedian Phil Hanley in a bit. He's in town to do hilarities this weekend. You can go to pickwickandfrolic.com for all the details on the shows tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. Mary will join us from Chicago tomorrow. She's doing the weekend at Zany's out there in Rosemont, near O'Hare. If you're one of our Chicago bureau chiefs, you know precisely where that is. Cavaliers are back after the All-Star game. They are here at home tonight at the Romo Fijo to host the Denver Nuggets, who are number one in the West right now. Nuggets are at the very top, 41-18. Cavs not too shabby, though. Cavs are just a few games behind them. So they're doing just fine. They'll get a crack at them tonight. They'll head to Atlanta tomorrow night to play the Hawks, and then right back here on Sunday evening to host the Raptors. And then we'll start thinking about Guardians baseball. This Saturday is the first preseason game out there at Goodyear. Everybody's warmed up. Everybody's oiled up. Everybody's ready to go. We will be preempted next Friday, March 3rd. We'll be airing Cactus League Guardians baseball. So it's going to be a 3:05 pitch next Friday. And then MLB opening day is March 30th. And then the 7th of April is the Guardians home opener. So that's how all this is going to lay out in the very, very near future. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, by the way, I want to know where you are if you do it from out of state. Norm is one of our bureau chiefs in Detroit. Alana listens in Dover, New Hampshire. Deborah is in Pittsburgh. And you can drop us messages there, of course, anytime you like.
Driving that train, high on cocaine. Casey Jones, you better.
There was a study. It was a scientific study, and I read it. And it took a long time. The study said unstable women were better in bed. A team of scientists conducted the study that I have been working on my whole adult life. I find those results, it's disheartening. Because there is an expression, right? It's lady in the streets, freak in the sheets. Now, I've never experienced that. I have experienced freak in the sheets causing a huge scene in the streets.
Hey, there's Phil Hanley. He's here. How are you, pal? I'm playing a little Grateful Dead for you because I know you're a big fan of the Grateful Dead. Casey Jones, I mean, it's low-hanging fruit. I know.
Still a great
You probably
tune.
go super, super deep with the Dead.
I go deep, yeah, but that's
Yeah.
still a great tune.
Welcome. It's nice to meet you.
Thank you. Yeah,
I'm a
I'm
fan.
happy.
I've been enjoying your stuff for a while now.
Oh, that's nice of you to say.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Phil Hanley strikes me as a guy that more people should be paying attention to. I'm sure you feel the same way.
It's crossed my mind, but
Yeah.
no, I appreciate it. Thanks for listening to my stuff.
Yeah, of course. The new hour, the latest from Phil, is called Ooh La La. You can go to philhanley.com to watch it in its entirety. It's very funny. You are Canadian.
Yes.
You knew this already.
I did.
I'm telling the audience.
Oh.
You're from Vancouver?
I'm actually born in Ontario, and I started comedy in Vancouver.
Yeah. Now, how did you end up at the exact opposite end of the country?
Well, I started comedy. I watched it. There was a documentary comedian with Seinfeld, and he was like running around all the New York clubs. Right. I saw that like as I was starting, and I was like, oh, that's what I want to do.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I want to go. I want to, play the Comedy Cellar. I want to, live in New York and do that.
Yeah.
So, it took a long time, but yeah,
Get berated by Colin Quinn.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
That's like my one Comedy Cellar moment where I sat at the table and I didn't know I wasn't supposed to sit at the table, so it was like Colin Quinn and Robert Kelly and Jim Norton like flicking the sign in front of me. And then,
yeah.
And then Colin like pulling me aside and being like, "This is why you're stupid.
Don't sit here." Yeah. So how long was it? I mean, because that was, I forget how old Comedian is. I've seen that friggin' thing like, it's 20 years old now.
I mean, it's almost 20 years old.
Yeah.
So whenever...
It's going to be over 20 years old.
Yeah, whenever it came out on like DVD and stuff like that, yeah. So I've been doing comedy, probably 18 years or something like that.
Right. But when you were, somebody told me that you had been a skater back in the day. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, I skated when I was a kid,
Yeah. So was it kind of a, you talk to people who were from Canada. Ian Bagg was in here a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, cool.
And you talk to people who are from that, and there's either a sense of like, I wanted to do it, but I knew I had to leave Canada to do it. Because it's not like there's, Toronto's the closest thing, I guess, that Canada might have to show business.
Yes.
But how long was it before you were like, well, I might have some acumen for this. This might be, it's gone past a hobby, and I think I just want to.
I kind of felt confident. I'm dyslexic, so when I was a kid, I was in special ed. I never could read. I wasn't like a great athlete or anything like that. I did skateboard, and I was okay, but it was more for like the social, element of it.
Sure.
So when I started comedy, and it was one of those things where it was the first time the more I put into it, the more I got out of it. Like I would do a bunch of shows and write in the day, and I would see little improvements like kind of right away. So I was like, oh my goodness, plus I love doing it. So
yeah,
I was like, I got to run with this.
Were you strategic about it? Because some people were like, well, I just kind of wait for things to come to me. And other people are like, you have to write every day. That's the only way to do it. You know?
Well, I had moved home. I lived in England, and then I'd moved home, and I had like a life, and and then I moved home. I was living with my parents in Vancouver, and I was like...
And you're how old at that point?
I'd be like early 20s, I guess. Yeah. And I was very motivated to not because I wasn't having a bad time with my folks, but I was just like, okay, this is a real chance to really hit the ground running type thing.
And they were supportive?
So supportive, yeah. My dad loves comedy, and my family was always like encouraged to be like funny at the dinner table and stuff.
There's kind of that cliche, and you know it well, about that what fuels some creative people is people telling them that they can't do it.
Absolutely.
But it always seemed to me that it would be equally useful if you had a family who thought, why not you?
Yeah.
You'd be great at that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, my dad, like even when I go home now, if we're at dinner and I reference a comedian at dinner, I'll hear him later that night, like checking the guy out on YouTube or checking the woman out on YouTube. So yeah, he's really into comedy. Yeah.
It is helpful if you have people that are like, I got into radio from stand-up 30 years ago.
Oh, cool.
And I remember my dad was constantly, I just worked in and around Chicago. That was where I'm from. And my dad was constantly being like, hey, here's something you should try. Is your dad one of those guys? Hey, try this. Hey, how come a peanut butter sandwich always lands like that kind of stuff,
My dad
jokes.
He'll do that. He'll say it seriously, but he's joking. It'll be like a street joke, but he'll be like, this is what you do.
Right.
So he just kind of does it ironically.
So he's got like tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, tongue-in-cheek, which is very funny, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you do talk about being dyslexic a lot, and it's interesting to me because I think of when I did a morning show in Chicago for a number of years, and one of my co-writers on that show was a guy who a little bit older than me, but he had written for Sesame Street, he had written for SNL, and he would do monologues on the show every so often, and he was dyslexic.
Oh, okay.
And the interesting thing to me is what reads to people who might not know that as just chill or kind of laid back, it's intense concentration.
Yeah.
And so, like, when you talk about being dyslexic, that's kind of kind of watching you work, because you're very laid back and, there's nothing like aggressive about your stuff. And, but is it a lot of concentration? Obviously, you're not up there writing.
Yeah.
People think that dyslexia kind of stops and starts with the writing or the reading, but I assume there's way more to it than that.
No, it's everything. I sold a book. I'm writing a book about being dyslexic and my
Ironic.
life as dyslexic. Yeah.
I'll read parts of that.
Also
dyslexic over here. So
hold it in front of a mirror.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's everything. It's positive things, but the negative things are like reading is a challenge, organization. There's like a lot of aspects. It kind of affects kind of every area of your life.
It's also not uncommon. So I would imagine that it endears you, for lack of a better word, endears you to audiences to some degree, maybe, because it's not.
Yeah, like I always talk, other specials that I've put out and stuff like that, I always have a chunk about dyslexia. And it always blows my mind that I'll do a late show on a Friday where the crowd's like, went out for drinks at dinner and now it's like 11:30 and I'm going on. And the dyslexic material's like killing. I'm just like, it's so far from what you would think like someone would want to hear about. But so many people are dyslexic. So many people are touched by other people that are dyslexic. And
and you're making it funny too. It's not like it's a fatal disease or something.
No,
I'm a cancer
true.
survivor.
Yeah.
But by the same token, it might be less work to make it funny, but there's so many people who, again, you're not alone in that thing.
Yeah, I guess that's true. But yeah, people take an interest, and it's always been something that I write about because I'm always kind of dealing with it every day.
Yeah. A part of what I like, Phil Hanley is doing the weekend at Hilarities right around the corner from us. You can go to their website to see you can go to his too. You can go to philhanley.com to see all the dates and everything. And his new hour is called Ooh La La. And I think part of what's great cause I'm just a big fan of jokes. I just like jokes.
Yeah.
And they're not easy to write. And so when people are kind of doing jokes, I enjoy that a great deal, But your crowd work's really good too. And it's funny when I think about like 30 years ago, 40 years ago, crowd work was not considered like a skill. But if you're like a ninja with it, it's a whole different animal now.
Yeah, I mean,
and so is editing.
Yeah,
but like audiences now, it's almost gotten to the point where audiences will almost goad you into it because they think they're expecting it almost.
Yeah, I mean, I try to avoid. I had a weekend recently in San Francisco where a guy was dressed in like this really flashy Western shirt.
Yeah.
And he was sitting in the front. And soon as I walked out, I had eye contact with him, and I was like, oh my God, he's just there.
He
because
wants me to mention him.
And I'm on stage and I'm ignoring him. And in my head, I'm like, this is it. Like if people just start coming and wanting me to do that, then it's no longer like the one person that thinks they have a great thing to say when you're asking them a question that's the last person you want to talk to. You want someone who just have an honest answer, and then you can, connect with them, and the funny will come from that. But if a person tries to be like, I'm a proctologist, you're like,
right.
Oh, great.
And if the shirt is your whole bit,
Yeah.
like where am I going to go from the shirt?
Yeah.
Hey, nice shirt.
So I avoided him the whole show, and then at the very end, I kind of acknowledged him, and he immediately, my instincts was correct. He jumped to his feet, put his hands over his head, and started doing this 360 to the crowd.
Everybody wants to be part of the show now.
Yeah. So, but I've only really had that. Once where it was like someone really trying to. Of course, once in a while someone will heckle or whatever. But people are generally cool and just answer your question, and then I try to, I want every show to be different, so I'll take what you're talking about and I'll try to go into a bit and then out of the bit and into something else with someone else in the crowd.
Does it jam you up at all? I mean, if you're up there and obviously you've got 45, whatever it is, you've got an hour that you want to do. Does that throw you off? Is that an element of dyslexia or no? Is it you mentioned memorization?
Yeah.
And your stuff obviously really well but will that ever throw you off?
I think memorization can be challenging for people that are dyslexic, but no, I mean that's kind of my goal, and part of it is I've loved the Grateful Dead since I was a kid.
Right.
None of their shows are the same, and I think just through listening to them and thinking about it, I just love that idea that it's like, okay, so this is our 45 minutes, and then tomorrow night it's going to be a completely. The jokes, there's going to be similar jokes, but I try to be inclusive with the crowd.
Like a framework that you can kind of go back and
Absolutely.
forth to.
And I'll close with the same thing, but I want to kind of, just have it be a different experience for everybody.
Now you'll have to speak for yourself and not all of them, obviously, but I mean, do Grateful Dead fans, does that love extend to other bands of their ilk? like Fish and Widespread Panic and those kinds of bands?
A lot of people do. I'm not like, for me, it's kind of the Dead. And then, I'll listen to the Jerry Garcia band, but that's like as far as I kind of branch out, or I'll listen
Dead
to
and Company? Do they fit?
Yeah, I go to Dead and Company shows, But some people are just kind of jam bands fan, but for me, it's primarily the Dead,
Were there Vancouver jazz bands? Jam bands?
I don't know. I'm sure there are, because the West Coast, there is kind of a hippie vibe out there.
Yeah. I'm a metal fan, and there's great metal bands in Vancouver.
Oh, really?
I imagine that there's bands of every kind, but I'm not obviously tuned into that vibe. In Chicago, we had a band called Umphreys McGee.
Yes, I know of those
They
guys.
were technically from South Bend, I think.
Really?
They were like a Purdue college band or something.
Okay.
But Chicago was the big place they come in, and so they were kind of adopted as a hometown. But they were along those lines.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of Dead fans.
I know of those, just friends and stuff like that. We'll have kind of a wider umbrella of what they listen to with jam bands. But I have heard of those guys for sure.
Do you do big stretches on the road or no? I feel like I don't. You've never been on this show before, but I don't recall the last time you were in Cleveland.
The last time I was in Cleveland, I was opening for Aziz, so it was a long time ago. It was maybe 3 years ago or something. But no, so my first time at Hilarity, so I've heard such great things, and I'm so excited, I like Cleveland as a city. I used to come and watch Brown. When I lived in Ontario as a kid, we'd drive up to see Browns games.
Yeah.
So I'm familiar with the city, and I'm excited.
Is it a lot of the road stuff? Is it a lot of you going out with other people? Like doing theaters and things, or no?
Yeah, no, I did a couple years where I would open for Aziz, kind of on and off. But no, it's generally just me in clubs.
Did you go out with Bert? I thought you went out with him.
No, I've done Bert's podcast and stuff, but I have never toured with him.
You see the trailer? He's got a movie coming out.
Yeah, I did see that.
Looks
good.
Good for him.
Yeah. So if you do stuff on the road and it hits, and you go home, you're living in New York.
Yes.
And you go home and it doesn't.
Yeah.
Do you chuck it or do you keep it? Do you go, or is it kind of column A, column B?
That it's a conundrum, and that's something that happens. You'll be on the road and you'll be like, I got a new 5 minutes, just working it out over the weekend, and you'll come home and you'll try that new 5 minutes at the cellar, and it'll be like, I have a new 45 seconds.
Right? Yeah, right.
It doesn't, but I would keep it. I would try it the next weekend and just see. But that often happens. It's just the pace is so different. The Comedy Cellar is really fast. Like, you're like bang, bang, bang. And
the audience,
and they're shorter sets too.
Yeah,
shorter sets. Yeah,
and the audience is there for the bang, bang, bang.
Absolutely. Yeah. I feel like there's, in my mind, and it's because of Dave Attell. He's so fast, and I feel like there's kind of like a style of comedy that really plays well in that really tight room.
Yeah,
and it's really fast punchlines and really kind of getting to the funny stuff quickly. But on the road,
it's not as much a pontificating room. Like, you're not doing long.
It's not San Francisco
diatribes. Yeah.
You're not. Yeah, because you just followed someone that was super quick. So, but then it's just a total different vibe when you're if you're doing people are there to see you and it's like an hour set. You tend to kind of move a little bit slower.
Yeah.
But it's good to walk between both worlds, because I think there's sometimes when comics are just playing to their crowd and they're getting away with jokes that aren't as funny. People are laughing because they're watching them.
Yeah.
And then they try and do that in a non-friendly setting. And people are like, what are you even talking about right now?
Yeah, no, both things. Like my act, like the riffing of the crowd and stuff like that comes 100% from doing terrible shows when I started. I started in Vancouver. There was only a couple shows to do. And someone told me, well, if you want to get good, you got to do 5 shows a week. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was going on music open mics. And I was like, doing these weird shows where I would just kind of play anywhere.
Were you doing like a lot of local material in Vancouver?
No, I never really got into local Vancouver material. But
if you can't get laid in Chilliwack, there's always hope. Jokes like that.
Whoa! Wow.
Canadian comedy.
I
hadn't
heard that one, but yeah, that would murder over there.
Yeah, feel free to throw that one in.
Yeah. Try it tonight.
Phil Hanley is right around the corner. Little Alabama getaway. He's around the corner at Hilarities all weekend long, and you could go to pickwickandfrolic.com. His latest hour is called Ooh La La. If you go to philhanley.com, Thank you for coming in, brother.
Thank you for having me.
Very
That was
nice to
great.
meet you.
Yeah, really nice to meet you.
Phil M. Hanley on Instagram.
Yeah, please follow me. I post clips like every other day, sometimes every day.
Awesome clips all the time, too.
Oh, thank you.
What's the M?
Martin. The M is someone not wanting to sell me their, like, I would love to just be Phil Hanley.
Squatter took Phil Hanley.
Well, they have, I mean, I will give him that it is also his name.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I would like to just have my name, but.
What was that pitch? Hey, man, I'm a comic. I'm trying to, could I just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he lives in a different time zone, so it was hard to arrange, but
okay.
Maybe I'll, yeah. But
you had to become Michael J. Fox.
Yeah, exactly.
Essentially, yeah.
Exactly.
All right, let me take a break here, and if you want to text for anything, 35192 to get me there, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Just constantly entertained with mindless stuff.
Rock.
Hey! Well, I come around. It doesn't even matter.
And Alan Cox.
Hello, afternoons on the Buzzard, baby.
UFM home of the Cavaliers.
3 ball, good.
100.7
WMMS.
Universal Windows Direct.
The Cleveland Auto Show, presented by Huntington, February 24th through March 5th at the IX Center. Experience over 500 of the hottest new cars, trucks, and SUVs all in one spot. Take a ride on one of 8 ride and drives, and of course, contests, celebrities, and fun for the whole family. Enter to win a 2-year lease on an Alfa Romeo Giulia. Parking is always free at the Auto Show. Find your next vehicle at the Cleveland Auto Show, February 24th through March 5th. Buy tickets at clevelandautoshow.com.
For people in Cleveland looking to buy a home, Bank of America is right here. We're here for business owners thinking about their next move and for students looking to build their emergency savings. Whatever your goals, Bank of America is right here with one-on-one guidance. Get started at our financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do?
Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America and a member FDIC equal housing lender.
Searching for fun ways to spend your tax return? Boats for cats. Oh, flotation devices for cats. Don't waste it all on something silly. Spend smarter with Straight Talk. Get our Silver Unlimited plan for $45.
through March 5th at the IX Center. Go to clevelandautoshow.com if you want times and all that info. Buy tickets there, too, if you strike out here. A 4-pack of tickets for you, 2023 Cleveland Auto Show. Kicks off tomorrow. Good luck. Car 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show. There's no news. Putting the me in lamestream media.
A lot of nonsense and fluff and sensationalism.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192 if you want to send a text. If you are watching live at AlanCoxShow.com, thank you again to Kenneth Dewapsa, who's helping out. Kenneth, that's a very unusual name.
It is.
You think by now I'd be used to these unusual names, but I'd be lying to you if I said I was.
I didn't get to talk to Phil about this, but one of my friends is a deadhead, and he used to follow him around. He was actually my friend's older brother, but we've become friends over the year too, and we hang out. But he was at a concert in the 90s, early 90s, and it started to thunderstorm, and they went and hid under this pavilion, and the pavilion collapsed. It was like a covered bridge. Yeah, well, it paralyzed him.
Really?
And
that's even funnier.
Yeah, super funny. But he's been in a chair for 25, almost 30 years now, and he's, we've gone to Browns games together and stuff like that. He's always going to concerts. He still goes to concerts all the time. He is a professor in New York at Queens College for art. So
Jerry Seinfeld's alma mater.
He commutes back and forth because it's cheaper for him to live here and then stay in a hotel there and then come back. So he's got a crazy life, and he's an awesome artist. He does really creative stuff. He's fixing up a van right now, or not a van, a school bus, and he's going to drive it all around the country and have different artists paint sections of it. He's just a really interesting guy, and still a huge Dead fan.
Something that I didn't know about Phil Hanley, and I guess it's good that I didn't know beforehand because it probably would have been kind of lame to talk to him about it, but he was a male model. Did you know that?
Yeah, I saw that in his bio.
Somebody texted me that. Fun fact about Phil Hanley, he was a male model before he got into comedy. Well, he is handsome.
Oh, very.
There's no doubt about that.
Effortlessly handsome.
Maybe that's what had him in Toronto before he went back home. I don't know, but I was not aware of that. But that's a fun little... I mean, listen, the world of stand-up comedy, replete with former male models, right? Bill Squire, Bert Kreischer. Current male model. So many people made the leap from male modeling to stand-up comedy. And it's not hard to see why. Your buddy Blake Hammond, who was here not long ago, right?
Yeah.
Former male model, now a stand-up comedian. Alan was watching, or listening to, rather, the Jeopardy segment from yesterday's show, and very disappointed in Bill's answer to the cold soup question. I guess this person thought...
I only know about gazpacho. I know that if you eat gazpacho and you think it's going to be ice cold and it's actually at room temperature, it feels like you're going to burn your mouth. It feels like your mouth is on fire.
This person wants to revoke your geek card because vichyssoise is referred to in the Tim Burton Batman film. But
that is true.
But to not have that top of mind, I think you could be forgiven for Bruce Wayne spits out the soup. It's cold, and Alfred says it's vichyssoise. It's supposed to be cold. Yeah, that's when he's having
dinner with
Kim Basinger, Vicky Vale, the long end of the table.
You know what?
Do you always
the first time I've ever been in here? Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been in here before. Alan, I'm tuned in from Jamaica. Hey, thank you. From Jamaica. We've been to Jamaica.
We have.
If you listen to us from anywhere that's not Ohio, tell me where that is on the iHeartRadio app. Cynthia is in Surprise, Arizona. Rachel's up in Milwaukee. Robin is one of our Canadian bureau chiefs in Toronto. Jarrett and Tatiana listen in Portland, Oregon. And Dan is in Nashville. So thanks, gang. I was reading about, I want to bring this up tomorrow when Mary is back. Not back, but she'll be joining us from our Chicago studios tomorrow. And I came across what I thought was a very strange, I don't know if this is a thing that a lot of people ask that maybe I'm just not hip to. I was on Reddit this morning, just kind of clicking through. And I was I subscribed to one of the Chicago subreddits. Keep my ear to the ground. And somebody asked the question, where are the best crying spots in the city? Is that a thing? Crying spots in a city?
So if we're looking for like a dramatic place to cry, that's what I'm guessing is you want a place that is, a little bit secluded, but a little bit scenic. And so you can have like a nice, very emo, picturesque Leonardo DiCaprio sitting by the sunset in Julia, what is it?
Right.
Romeo and Juliet kind of moment.
But if you're in a place like, let's say you're in a lakefront city. This was on the Chicago subreddit. You could easily do it here in Cleveland. Yeah. I would think lakefront would be the only place you'd need.
No, it's not the only place. You always need a different place to cry if you're that kind of person.
But is this a thing? Is that what they mean?
That's what I'm guessing.
Where are some good crying spots in the city was the question. This is on the Ask Chicago subreddit.
I'll give you a good one right off the rip. The Solstice Steps in Lakewood. Lakewood Park, you go to the Solstice Steps.
Yeah.
I've cried there.
See?
I've
Nailed
gone,
it.
not only did I go there, I've gone to Fairport Harbor to cry.
Okay.
Because that's like off in the cut. No
the jazz
one
band?
Goes, no.
You like going out there because it's secluded.
No one
and
goes
it's
out
picturesque.
Yeah, no one goes out to Fairport Harbor. Like their beach is impeccable because it's not. It's
kind of a hidden gem.
Yeah, and so I went out there and just kind of walking in the sunset, kicking my toes in the sand. I'm just like, I'm gonna have one because my friends had a condo like right up the street. So I guess
those Solstice Steps are like it's like an old Greek theater, right? It's like the stone bleachers kind of that slope down to the lakefront.
Yep.
And right,
it's a beautiful place and it's a good place to have yourself a moment. I feel like this is a conversation we need Mary for.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna bring it
person.
up again tomorrow because she will probably know some around here. But is this not resonating with me because I'm not a crier, or is this something that people in general are really familiar with? Like, that's a really good crying spot.
This is not anything that I'm familiar with, but I just have a hunch because I feel like I know people that cry so much that they probably have favorite places to cry. Like I feel like Tommy on my podcast, she's a crier, so she probably has favorite places that she likes to cry, and I imagine they're places that have a certain vibe to them.
Why wouldn't the answers just be home or car?
Because some people want to sit and look at the sunset.
But why are they traveling to cry? Is my question.
Because I think it's part of their process.
Feeling
and processing things.
It implies premeditation. Crying to me is something spontaneous. To premeditate and find a place, you're putting the cart before the horse to find a crying spot. I'm going to go here because it's a great crying spot.
Well, you're not a crier like these people are. These are people that cry so often that they're like, well, I know the cry's coming. Might as well get to one of my spots. And I like to be in a comfortable cry spot.
They have like a mental map of which one they're closest to.
The Metro Parks, I think it would be a good place.
Really?
Edgewater is probably a good place sitting on the beach. Any thoughtful place in nature, I think, is going to be on that list. I think a cool place to cry would be on top of the Guardians of Traffic statues. If you could get up there, that'd be
like a human
like
gargoyle.
I was gonna say that's like an album cover.
Yeah, and an album cover, like that's a good place to cry.
But
just on the Veterans Bridge would be a good place to cry, just because you're also sending that message like to the world, like I could also jump. I'm not gonna, but I could because I'm here and I'm crying.
But if you're somebody who's constantly prone to crying, then I would think anywhere you are is one of your crying spots. I guess people are fascinating. I'm so enamored of this thought of people going, oh, that's a good crying spot. Because a lot of, in this Chicago sub, it's people going, oh, Graceland Cemetery or blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah, cemeteries. That's a good.
When I first met Gwen, she used to live right across the street from Graceland Cemetery in Chicago. And I've never heard of it being called a good crying spot, but there's the one right across from Progressive Field.
Yeah.
I would think that'd be a good crying spot if you knew someone buried there. But I was I wasn't sure if this was something that I wasn't hip to and that everybody else knew about, because that happens a lot. Something I think is so, out of my wheelhouse. People go, oh, that's like a thing people do. But Poundcake has crying spots.
It just happened that way. Like, I didn't necessarily go there to cry, but like the steps at Lakewood, the solstice, I can't say it, solstice steps in Lakewood, I just was taken upon the environment, and like the sun was going down. I'm like lonely, like I just.
So you were just overcome with.
But that's true.
Emotion.
But that's true of anywhere you are.
But
if you're lonely. You're lonely anywhere.
But now that I know that, I'm like the sun. This is made for. These are just depressing steps. Like, I just sit here.
They're depressing steps too. I think they're beautiful because I don't sit there and cry.
And I was surrounded by like a bunch of preteens there, and they're like.
Now that's depressing.
They were like, one of them came up to me while I was crying. They're like, you got, what did he say? You had what do they call cigarettes? Oh, God.
American Spirit.
No. He just had a
Lucy.
I forget what it was. But anyways, I'm like, no.
Lucy. Single?
Yeah, I was like, no. And he was like, oh, whatever. He was like, that old guy over there didn't give me a cigarette. I was like, he called me old. And this was like.
Well, why wouldn't you put shades on so nobody sees you cry?
Because I didn't think I was virtually invisible until that guy needed a
cigarette,
and then I realized how visible I was. And then
we're missing the most obvious one, the absolute number one spot to cry in Cleveland.
The crying goat?
No, is First Energy Stadium. It is literally the factory of sadness.
So many tears have been shed at First Energy Stadium. March of 2018, Cleveland Scene posts the 20 best places to cry in Cleveland.
Let's see how many I got.
The Hasserot Angel.
I don't know what that is.
12316 Euclid. It has black tears streaming down its face because of rain over the years. Cleveland Hopkins International Airport. Now, you have to allow, too, for tears of joy, right? I mean, the days are long gone where you can take somebody right up to the gate. Back in the day, that was the more emotional component of air travel, is walking somebody right up to the gate. Can't do that anymore. You're dropping them off at TSA pre-check.
Right.
And you're like, okay, well. Okay,
and you could meet them at the gate, too, which was a big moment where they would come off the plane. You have that big moment of seeing each other for the first time. And now you're seeing them by the baggage claim, and they're like, yeah, it's good to see you, but I got to make sure I get my back first.
Going back one, I was on the phone when you were talking about the Hasserot. Is it the Hasserot Angel?
The Hasserot Angel. If I'm pronouncing that correctly, I might not be.
I've been there. I've seen that, and yes, it is very overwhelming because it's beautiful yet sad at the same time, because whatever oils or whatever was on the statue, when it rained, it looks like the angel was crying anyways. And you're like,
yeah, it looks like it's just been oxidized over decades.
I was like, wow, this is someone's actual grave, and people just and people are just so casual with it. Like, they're sitting on it, taking pictures with it. I'm like, you do know this? Someone is buried underneath that, right? Like, this is. I understand that this is like a historical landmark or a statue or whatever, but it's also a grave, and people are just have their Gatorade bottles just sitting there and taking pictures with it. So it is very beautiful, overwhelming, but.
Well, this Cleveland Scene list did include First Energy Stadium, also included the Steelyard Walmart.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's after you get shanked.
You're still crying, aren't you?
I don't know. There's some thugs out there. They're like, I expected it.
Yeah, again, I know people like to hang their hat on that worst Walmart in the country, but I lived in Tremont in Ohio City for many years, and I did my regular shopping at that Steelyard Walmart, and it's not like, okay.
When I lived on,
I didn't see people exchanging gunfire in the aisles. Like,
people are just complaining because they're never stocked. Like they're always out of everything. The nearest Walmart to me when I was throwing hands on Prospect Avenue was the Steelyard Walmart.
I never had a problem at the Steelyard Walmart.
Whenever I would go there, I'm like, how do you have an entire aisle where it's just like, it show if you are in an aisle where they're selling bottled water, you see all the packages like the bottled water taken out, just ripped out, cut out. I'm like, damn.
Well, any place that big with that many people going through, it's going to look like a war zone. But I mean,
117 don't look like that, and it's probably just as busy.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
Where's the 117th Walmart?
On 117th? Oh, I'm sorry, Target.
Target, yeah. They all look like war zones now. It used to be you'd walk into a Target and everybody looked like they were kind of in lockstep and everything. Target looks like every other place now. Boxes in the aisles, there's whatever, people are half walking around, working there. Target's so different than any other place now.
Okay. If you say so, I disagree.
Places to cry. Buying a euro at the West Side Market. Why?
Had to wait in line for so long.
The RTA for people who take the RTA.
Oh, that makes sense.
I cry RTA.
Especially if you get hit by that bus driver that's throwing haymakers back in the day.
Right.
Going to jail now.
In front of Balto the sled dog at the Museum of Natural History.
There you go. That's a good one.
Okay. Well, anyway, I was just really, interested in that question because I'm like, is this something that people regularly discuss that I'm just not hip to? Is where are the good crying spots in the city? But again, I'm going to mention this again tomorrow when Mary's there because, listen, she's in Chicago for a few days and she might be able to benefit from this subreddit that got me going down this rabbit hole in the first place. She might find herself needing a good crying spot there in Chicago. No shortage of cemeteries. Although it sounds like she's going to be holed up out there in Rosemont. So I'm lost once I get into the suburbs. If she needs a crying spot, I might just recommend her hotel room. But
well, that's the last place on the list for the Scene Magazine thing is it says anywhere.
See, that's what I'm saying. I guess I've just never heard of a crying spot before. So your girl from your show, when she's crying, she's like, I got to get somewhere.
I don't know if she has. So I'll probably ask her about this too, because I don't know if she has crying spots, but she cries a lot. So I imagine there's places where she does cry on a regular basis. I imagine a lot of it happens at home and in her car, but there might be places where she goes to connect with nature and cry. But I don't know.
She's overwhelmed by nature.
Maybe.
Alan Poundcake just cried on those steps because he had to walk up steps.
No, I did.
He's in shape.
This was years ago. This was like 2017, maybe even older than that, like 2016.
You have been alone for a long time.
I am perpetually single. All of my
You're always alone.
All of my relationships combined don't even equal a year. Like I haven't even been in a relationship 1 year of my life.
All right, well.
That's hilarious.
But like...
And now that people hear that you won't even sacrifice yourself to save mankind, which really is what you should be you should be focused on, mankind. And you can't even bring yourself to do that.
No. Don't take it personal then. If a guy says, I feel like you're closed off, you're not emotional, you don't love me. I'm like, I wouldn't even sacrifice my life for the world. Where are you complaining about?
But there are plenty of closed off people who have relationships. There's 2 in this room.
Mm-hmm. It's called setting boundaries.
I'm more badass than you guys.
Setting boundaries, baby. Yeah. You'll never tame me, all right? Don't try to peer in. You're not going to like what you see. Let's just be happy that we're together. The Hasserot Angel is in Lakeview Cemetery.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
I wasn't sure where it was. But
that was the day with that.
But I did mention that I didn't say that specific spot, but that cemetery, yeah.
Alan, I cry in the parking lot of Perkins Beach by Edgewater.
There you go.
Perkins Beach? Never heard of that.
And, of course, if we were to make our own new list today, one of the greatest places to cry, about 2 feet away from me at 668 Euclid.
Yeah, just right up front. In the window. Wash our window with your tears.
No, that chair that's empty today.
Oh.
But while you're at it, wash our window with your tears. Why don't you?
Are you inviting someone in here to come and cry?
No, but when Mary's here.
Mary's here, yeah. She cries a lot. She always be crying.
Hey, let me take a break. I'll have those Impractical Jokers tickets for you. If you've been hitting me up about those, I will get you a pair coming back here. They're doing the Romo Fijo. So we'll do that. 35192. Want to send a text? Anywhere you are, you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists you've listened to and loved over the past year.
Monday, March 27th, live on Fox. The biggest stars.
iHeartRadio Podcast Awards are back.
It's the biggest night of the year for podcast fans.
Get ready to celebrate your favorites. Head to iHeart.com/podcast awards to check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year, Best Comedy, Crime, News, Sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th, join us for our 2023 iHeartRadio Podcast Awards.
Thank you.
Audible is a proud sponsor of the Audible Audio Pioneer Award. From groundbreaking originals to best-selling audiobooks and the best and latest in podcasts, you'll find your next obsession at Audible, the home of storytelling. Try Audible free. Sign up at audible.com.
It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
Okay, it's a return of the Impractical Jokers on the Drive comedy tour. They'll play the Romo Fijo on Saturday night, June the 3rd. If you want to buy them, go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com. Info, everything is there on the show. Want to win them? Just be caller 10. Good luck. Impractical Jokers this June, back in Cleveland. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send a text? AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch. Mary will join us live from Chicago tomorrow. The Bill Squire Friday Get Down, of course, tomorrow. Another short week next week. Next Friday will be preempted by Guardians baseball. We've got to be off. That's not a bad reason. They will take on the Cincinnati Reds. A little preseason action out there from Goodyear. For people hit me up about Depeche Mode tickets, I will have those for you next week, too.
Now, if you still need an Alan Cox Show fix next Friday, you can always come see me at the Underground Lounge in Warren. You can get those tickets at billsquire.com. And they're starting to move, so don't wait. Let's help us out, and you don't want to be left out.
Now, that's if you need an Alan Cox Show fix. If you need an Alan Cox fix, spoiler alert, I won't be there. But right. Bill will be there, and that's more than enough. But yes, I will have those Depeche Mode tickets for you next week. Probably around 5:20. Also, Mac Basketball is back at the Romo Fijo. If that's something you enjoy. I'll have Brit Floyd tickets for you. You've heard Brit Floyd before, right? The British tribute to Pink Floyd.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. I mean, Pink Floyd is already British, but Brit Floyd is...
Hey! Teachers! Lift salon! All in our dista, I know they breaking the wall.
So good. So good. They're going to be doing Nautica in May. And if you want to see your Cleveland Monsters, your hockey fan, Cold Steel on Ice. Monsters tickets next week, too. The Cavs play tonight, back here at home. After the All-Star break, your Cavaliers against the Denver Nuggets. 7 o'clock tonight here on MMS. I was reading a profile of a guy who used to pitch for the Yankees and is currently the oldest living Major League Baseball player. A guy named, he's 98 years old, and he lives in California. A guy named Art Shalek. He fought in World War II. He won 3 World Series rings with the New York Yankees. And he's the oldest living MLB player. He'll be 99 in April. He played with guys like Lefty Gomez, Paul Wainer, Joe DiMaggio. But he wasn't particularly tall. He was 5'9". And so along the way, he had to argue with a lot of managers about teams he wanted to play for. He wanted to play for the San Francisco Seals. That's how old this guy is. He said that he played for a team that the Yankees demoted a struggling rookie named Mickey Mantle to the minors to make room for Art Shalleck after he was rebuffed by Seals manager Lefty O'Doul. God, I love old baseball names.
They're so good.
So good. But anyway, the oldest living member, a player before, was an outfielder named George Elder, who played for the St. Louis Browns. He died at 101, and that bumped Art Shalleck up, and now he's the oldest living former Major League Baseball player. And after that, it's Bill Greason, who became the first black pitcher to play for the St. Louis Cardinals. So this guy's out there living. But it is wild because I'm reading this article and I'm looking at this guy, and he's in front of his very impressive wall of memorabilia. Spoiler alert, a lot of black and white photos. But a lot of bats, a lot of balls, as one would expect. Yankees caps, black and white photos of him with DiMaggio and all the greats. And he's still alive. And this was this guy's life. But you're like, all of our accomplishments, whatever you have accomplished in your life, will all be relegated eventually to the ash heap of history. This is a guy who had an amazing career, but he's 98 now, and the only people who know about it are the people closest to him. The most prominent figures of their time are just shadows to everybody else, right? The most famous people in the world at one time you've never heard of because their time came and went. People who, they were kings of their respective areas of expertise. Hollywood stars, from, pick a decade, the 30s, right? Who was the most famous actress of the 1930s?
Actress?
I don't know. You don't either.
Was it, the one from Aviator? What's that? Or was that later? Audrey Hepburn.
Oh, no. The 30s?
I don't know when she was.
Probably the 50s.
Was she the 50s?
Most famous actress of the 1930s. Here are your names.
All right.
Now, some of them you might have heard. I've heard of a couple of these, but I mean, Clara Bow.
No.
Heard of her. Jean Arthur. Nope.
Nope.
Irene Dunn. Okay, yes. Katharine Hepburn, maybe is what you're thinking
Katharine
of.
Hepburn, yeah.
Loretta Young, Carol Lombard, Greta Garbo. Okay, so we've heard these names. But I can go further back. Let me go to the 20s. The most famous actresses of the 20s. I guess we've heard of these people. This is really not supporting my thesis here.
I
but,
have it. Go ahead.
Marlena Dietrich. Greta Garbo. You're a bad example to somebody pick this out. You don't know things that are happening now.
Right, okay.
Mary Pickford, Norma Talmadge, Gloria Swanson, of course, heir to the frozen dinner fortune. I'm sorry, that's Tucker Carlson. Claudette Colbert, Norma Shearer. Again, Fay Wray, the original King Kong. Yeah, okay, these people I've heard of. But again, I'm 51. You'd be forgiven for not knowing who these people are. Pauline Guerin, Alice Terry, Patsy Ruth Miller. These were the biggest names of their era. And here's the oldest living MLB baseball player. And you've had this great life. You've had, but nothing lasts forever. Let me reiterate, we all die alone.
And now clarify what that means so people aren't like, but I know people, they died on an airplane. They weren't alone.
Right. I don't mean physically alone. I mean, when you die, you do it alone. That's right. You do. You can be surrounded by people in your corporeal form, but we will all die alone.
But you can even be
can't take anyone with you.
With someone that is also dying at the same time, but you're having your own separate deaths.
That's right. I have heard from one bureau chief in Rosemont, Illinois, who is hoping to get to Mary's show tomorrow night. Alan, I never knew who Howard Hughes was until I saw The Aviator. Oh, was that the movie? I was thinking about Aviator was DiCaprio playing Howard Hughes?
Yeah.
I was thinking of, didn't Cate Blanchett play Amelia Earhart, or was that in that movie?
No, it was in that movie, but she played, not Amelia Earhart. I think she played Hepburn.
Oh, she did?
I don't know if it's...
she's like, hello, that North Atlantic accent that they all had for a while. The Aviator. Yeah, she was Katharine Hepburn. Okay.
That's the movie that if I need to fall asleep, I'll just turn that one on, and I'm out in minutes.
Really?
Yeah, just
because I like
knocks me out.
It's got a good cast.
It's got a great cast.
Alec
It's not even a
Baldwin,
bad
Kate Beckinsale,
movie.
Foxy.
It's so... I don't know. There's just something about it that just knocks me right out.
I like historical movies because everybody plays someone.
Mhm.
I like that.
And like Adam Scott's in it. Like there's
Johnny Maya. Hey, I'm Johnny Maya. See, I'm Adam Scott. Right. Alan Alda's in it. Jude Law. Gwen Stefani played Jean Harlow.
There you go.
There you go. That iHeartRadio app that people... I got to tell you, boy, if you haven't used it yet, magnifique. It has taken the world by storm. So easy to use. Guess what it costs?
Oh, it's free.
Oh, my God. Now you're speaking my language.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to the man of 1,000 voices. Can I hear number 863 and 409, please? Thank you.
I have to go. I got to do a little mental thing here. Voice number 8. I am the man of 1,000 voices. You might have heard me mention it before. He wanted number 800. This is number 863. That's number 863.
That's all? That's all you say?
Listen, how many? I can't do miles of dialogue. I got 1,000 different voices.
Just
it's
say,
just
I cry
little,
at the solstice steps.
little nuances.
Yeah.
What?
Say, I like to cry at the solstice steps in that voice.
I like to cry at the solstice steps.
All right.
863.
All right.
Done. That's my hair lip character. And number 409 is what he said. Hey, don't try to steal my formula. Get it?
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Those are number 863 and number 409. It's not always easy to remember them, but I'll tell you what. When called upon to do it, I can usually do it with relative ease. But as is the case with that pitcher, will anyone remember this after I'm gone? No. Nor should they. Like I said, it'll just end up footprints in the sand is how it will end up. Just a distant memory. It won't even take that long. So usually I hear from my alma mater when they want money. And since I finally paid off my student loans year before last, anytime they hit me up, although, make no mistake, your university will hit you up the entire time you're still paying off your student loans.
UA has hit me up once.
Is that true?
They have hit me up once.
Man, you're living a charmed life. Well, University of Akron hasn't hit you up one time. Maybe they'll listen to the show.
Maybe, but I've been hit up more by like my professors than the actual school. Now that
you have, but not for money.
No, they asked me to come back and talk to their class.
They do not.
Yes, they do.
Do they put talk in quotation marks?
No, they asked me to come speak to their class.
Why don't you?
I do. I have.
Oh, you do?
I've done it like twice, and then I've gone back to my high school twice. Not Oberlin, but JVS.
When was the last time you went to U of A?
This was, I feel like it was either maybe during the pandemic or after, or maybe right after, because I remember how dead the campus was, and it was like on a Thursday, so it was.
I just saw a University of Akron kid got drafted into the USFL.
What's that?
It was a football league 35 years ago, but they're bringing it back because two of the teams are going to use Canton as their home field.
Oh.
The Pittsburgh Maulers and the New Jersey Generals. This is an 8-team league that they're trying to bring back. You got the XFL and the USFL and all this. But they just did their first college draft, and they drafted a lineman from University of Akron to the New Jersey team. He's going to play for the Generals.
There's a lot of talented athletes that go to Akron. Like, it's not a school that is lacking in talent. It's just we don't get the recognition and the cred that we deserve.
Well, he transferred in his last year. He went to the University of Wyoming. And then he, I guess he was the black guy in Wyoming. And then he transferred his fifth and final year at University of Akron. Anyway, I digress. My alma mater, Northwestern University, has hit me up because they have developed over there, their researchers have developed the first battery-powered wearable device to track how much people use their voices. Might seem like a narrow focus group here, but this is a way to alert people via their phone so that the vocal fatigue doesn't set in.
This
right?
is amazing.
So this is for
I want to
singers.
put this on my girlfriend's phone.
For anyone who talks regularly, of course, since I have made a career out of talking, they hit me up and they said, hey, listen, as a, well, not a notable alum, as an alum, as a former tuition-paying unit, perhaps you would be able to benefit from this new smart technology. So it's basically, it senses when your voice needs a break, and it will tell you when to stop talking. So coaches, teachers, anyone who, you know. So I said, yeah, sure, I'd be happy to try this out. So it goes on for a long, you know, you can talk for long periods of time before it will tell you to stop talking. So I imagine that oh, I'm sorry, I've got to.
Oh, time to pick up the slack. I didn't go to college, so I will never have anyone reach out to me in this way, but Alan has to take a break from talking right now, so Poundcake and I
think that's a long enough break.
Okay,
I'm sure that
that's
it's...
all right.
That's aggressive.
Okay, I didn't know if you is.
It's telling me that I need to.
Okay, well, all right. I just wanted to make sure that I knew what was going on here. Poundcake, do you think if they put this on your phone,
it's like immediately,
it would immediately go off?
I can't turn it off. I take it into like the Genius Bar. They're like, we don't know what to do either.
We're just gonna need you to stop talking.
I've been silent for 6 weeks.
I would love to have this so that anytime anyone's, not for myself, but like anybody else, when I want them to stop talking, I just hit this alarm and just be like, oh, your voice is tired. You need to stop. We've had enough of that.
That's so rude. So I'm just going to be silent the entire rest of the show?
The only person that doesn't seem to trigger it is me. And I hope I don't, because then if I get the alarm, then who's going to talk?
See, this is why I'm not sacrificing my life for y'all. Y'all don't even want to hear what I got to say, so therefore why I got to save the world. Fine, I'm shutting up. Get on my nerves.
Listen, I think that I've rested myself enough that I can... What?
Could you imagine if I was just doing a live read and it just goes off? People in the car were like, what the hell's going on? Is a fire drill happening while he's trying to do a... Whatever. I'm done.
Yeah, you are. Anyway, that's something that's, boy, it's a lot of fun. They've, this sounds like, yeah, they can pitch it to singers and coaches and teachers. It seems like that that's the theoretical use. Practical uses seem very, very limited. I don't know how many people really need to be concerned about vocal fatigue and injury, but listen, it's publish or perish at universities. They got to research something, and they got to publish it, and this will be in the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. And this is a little postage stamp device that you stick to your upper chest, so it's picking up subtle vibrations.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to talk too loud. Does that count for laughing? Like if you laugh, I'm out.
Does it count for laughing? I mean, I guess it depends on...
like vocal fatigue. You could get vocal fatigue from laughing.
I guess you could, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Not from this show, but...
Nobody's going to get vocal fatigue from laughing at this program.
That's so funny. Some people have like a hearty laugh.
A hearty laugh. Will that stop you from getting vocal fatigue?
My George, stop.
Okay, laughing at other people's misfortune never fails to hit the mark. All right, I've got to take a break. I'm going to rest my voice. If you want to text for something, 35192. If you want to watch, AlanCoxShow.com, and anywhere, listen on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
A former aide to Bill Clinton who signed
stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote today. Savings vary. Terms apply. Safe Auto Group Agency, Inc.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Up 35192 want to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com to watch. Oh boy, I'll tell you what, I am so pleased to see developments in the right direction out there in Hollywood. If you're an American kid, when it comes to being safe at home, school, you are on your own. But if anybody makes a move towards, let's say, Timothée Chalamet, they're going to get waxed because they're putting together an Oscars crisis team in case somebody tries to slap somebody again.
Are you kidding me?
I wish I were. I don't know how they're going to do this. I don't know how they're going to put it together. I don't know. You know, they never again want a situation like last year's Oscars, of course, where Will Smith, I don't know if you guys heard about this. Didn't really get talked about too much. Will Smith walked right up there on stage and smacked Chris Rock.
The football player? What was he doing at the Oscars?
Will Smith, the football player?
Yeah.
Don't know him, but Will Smith, the actor,
Okay.
walked right up. And boy, and Chris Rock looked great. He had like a purple crushed velvet jacket on and just dynamite, right?
Definitely wasn't the football player. He died in 2016.
Will Smith, the football player? Who did he play for?
The Saints.
All right. Well, he definitely did not return from the grave and slap someone.
He's a saint now.
Nailed it.
Depending on what he believes.
Nailed it. The Academy honchos say that they're going to have a whole crisis team. And they say they've run many scenarios to be prepared for. Now, this has to be all made up. None of this can be true. How are they running these scenarios? What scenarios are they running?
I want to know the scenarios that
They
they're
have
running.
seat fillers. Do they have people who look like Jack Nicholson running up on stage? Do they have...
I know at First Energy, they have a practice, the streaker practice, where on Sunday mornings before a Browns game, they'll have someone run out on the field, and then the security guards practice.
Is that true?
Yes.
Why are they always so bad at it in real time then?
Because there's a lot more stakes, and they're doing it without any people on the field other than just them. But when you have to dodge all the players and personnel and everything, it makes it a little more difficult.
There's footage from about 10 years ago of the Philadelphia Eagles holding streaker practice.
There you go.
Where they throw somebody out there. Let me show you some of this. If you're watching the live stream here. No, because it's just a run through. I mean, there's a phalanx of guys that run out there, and then there's your alleged streaker, and then they swarm, go out to get them. But boy, you know, streaking is barely like a thing anymore. Back in the day, it was really kind of a time-honored tradition, and everybody really made light of it. There's that famous clip of David Niven when he was, the late actor David Niven was presenting early 70s at the Oscars, and that guy famously streaks behind him because it was post-Vietnam, and there were people that were still out there doing protests, and, you know, there was that girl who would, like, streak Wimbledon. That was a very famous photo, too. That was a real, remember Soy Bomb? That's one of the most, I don't even think that guy was streaking. He just walked out there and he had something written on his,
I think
he had
that's
pants on. That was 1998.
I think that's more the way it's gone lately. Like usually if there's a streaker, they're not getting naked. They might take their shirt off, but they're usually advertising something.
Yeah, they usually have like a bikini bottom or something, or like a Speedo.
Yeah, but streaking for its own sake, I wish that would come back.
How much jail time do they get for something like that?
I don't know if they get any. You might they put you in First Energy jail or...
Well, I think if you're like nude, then that's indecent exposure, but then on top of that, the people say, oh, there's kids at the game, so you just expose yourself to children, so that's an added
charge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know, but I like old school streaking. The soy bomb guy, that was at the 1998 Grammys when Bob Dylan was up there, and a guy runs up, a guy named Michael Portnoy, who was a performance artist in New York, and he runs up, he's got pants on, but across his chest is written soy bomb. And I thought he meant it like in Spanish, like, I'm the bomb. This was late 90s. After all, people were still using the bomb. And no, he wanted to draw attention to soy. Because he wanted everybody to lead a healthy lifestyle, and who cares if guys start to get boobies from it? He was up there about 35 seconds. He was kind of gyrating, and Bob Dylan, I don't even think looked at him. He was like, yeah, the thing. And then Soy Bomb runs up there. But that was late 90s, where the Grammys were a big, big deal. 20 million people used to watch the Grammys. But as far as like old school streakers now, they tackle these people. Like you can tell they don't have anything on them because they're not wearing clothes. They don't have an explosive device on them.
Well, it's up their butt.
I mean, they got,
Yeah. What if it is?
Well, what if it is? Then there's nothing you can do anyway. Somebody got a detonator up their corn chute, and tackling them's not going to do anything anyway.
This is the one time that Poundcake would throw his body on the grenade.
You guys wanted me to sacrifice, therefore I'm sacrificed. Talk about a quid pro quo.
Yeah, but that's not the scenario. That's the guy you jump on, the naked dude.
Yeah.
Depends.
All right, well, you know how they tell you, for people who are terrified of public speaking, the old axiom of just imagine that the audience is naked, and that should put you at ease. I never quite understood that, but I guess it's, if you can imagine that everybody is in a vulnerable position, that make you feel a little bit better. I guess that's the psychology behind it. Why couldn't you employ that to imagine everyone in the world naked?
Because they're not.
Right. But the people in an audience aren't naked either, but they still tell people, hey, if it makes you nervous to, again, I don't know if that works.
But they're doing it to feel more comfortable and show vulnerability. I want to see people naked because I want to get aroused. So it's not the same thing. I'm not going to imagine a mass of people nude. Well, no one wants to touch my vagina. I want to see the real thing. Sucking it dry. I need the pile.
The pile.
He needs the pile.
He needs the pile. He wants to be on the bottom of the pile there. Or do you want to be on the bottom of the pile?
No.
What's the allure of the bottom of the pile? Because it just sounds like a bunch of sweaty people on top of you, which sounds just infuriating and terrible. I'm somebody who got beat up a lot, so it would be very, very triggering for me to imagine being on the bottom of a pile of people.
I don't know. I'm going to try. I've never been there.
There have to be some kind of local situation that you can set yourself up with. I sent you an email, by the way. Did you see that?
I did.
There's some people that want you to come out to Fairport Harbor.
Yeah, I'd be
We'll
down.
take you for a ride in our golf cart, she says. We have a huge golf cart pub crawl the first weekend in May. You're all invited. Fairport Harbor is the best kept secret in Lake County.
I've said that for a long time. I don't understand how that's not like a tourist attraction, like a tourist city.
Because it's right next to a power plant, and that weirds people out a little bit, I think.
Okay. I was going to say, because it's so quaint. It's such a small little downtown, but have cute little shops, and then they have the beach right there. It's not a big beach, but it's just enough for you to have a day there and just relax. It's not like a fall down, get drunk type of city. It's just a relaxing, quaint little boat town.
Listen, any people who have a golf cart, they like getting messed up.
Yeah.
You don't have a golf cart at the ready unless you're ready to get jacked.
But I imagine they have DDs on this golf cart, right?
Yeah. You never see anybody drunk riding a golf cart.
Well, I never have.
Well, this is your opportunity. You could be the ambassador for Fairport Harbor.
I bet you their black population's like 3.
Well, then you can increase it by 1.
Okay. Yeah, they only have like 3,000 people in that whole city.
I don't even know where it is. East?
East, yeah.
Yes.
All right.
It's out there.
40 minutes
like
east of Cleveland.
Yeah. Like just near Madison and
Is this where you went climbing up in the lighthouse?
No, that was Put in Bay.
Oh.
I've done shows out there a few times.
Oh, yeah, Fairport Harbor.
And my buddy Dave Hill was staying out there during the pandemic.
I didn't even know it was a thing until my roommates they said, we got a condo out in Fairport Harbor. I said, where? And they were like, Fairport Harbor, like past Minner on the Lake. I'm like, Geneva? They're like, no, Fairport Harbor. So I had to look it up, and I was like, oh, okay, it's there. Sure. And they essentially lived in a retirement community, and everyone hated them because they were like two young guys with just a bunch of money and just living out there amongst the old folks. But it was fun.
that's where all the golf carts come in, right?
I guess. I had never. That was the first time I heard of it. I didn't know it was a thing.
Okay. Well, they got the Harbor Town Point condominiums. They got the Headland Dunes State Nature Preserve.
Dude.
They got the Sunset Grill, like the Don Henley song. And Kilroy Point condominium. There you go. Kilroy was literally there. Kilroy. I'm Kilroy. Well, okay. Listen, you do a quick commercial for him. And this is how people will get to know Fairport Harbor, Ohio, in a more deep and meaningful way with our own Cody Poundcake Brown. I don't see any downside to this. Do a little commercial for him, like a quick thing for him.
What's up, Fairport Harbor? It's Poundcake. Hear that? That's my boat coming to your shore.
Hey, he took lemons and he made lemonade out of it. That's right. Good for you. He did it. That was a test and you passed. Oh, that's where Pickle Bill's is too.
Yeah.
Out in Fairport Harbor. All right, well, maybe I'll have to get out there. Right on the banks of the Grand River.
I feel like that's your speed. It's very low-key.
What do you know about me, homie?
Absolutely
He thinks you like it low-key.
I like it high-key. I don't like low-key. I like high-key. All right, so, well, then that's something. You've been invited. Officially.
I'm down. I'll go.
Yeah. Colleen emailed us, and she attached a photo of her golf cart, I think.
It was a video.
Oh, yeah, video there of a little golf cart thing going on, the golf carts. Well, there you go. Of course, it says we're all invited, but that feels perfunctory, like she addressed it to Poundcake. You can leave us messages if you like on the iHeartRadio app. Little talkback button there if you want to hit us up there.
Alan, I went to Lakewood Park the day that you guys announced that Gilbert Gottfried died. And I was standing at the top of the Solstice Steps looking out over the lake, just bawling my eyes out because I was a huge Gilbert Gottfried fan. I listened to his podcast every week and I loved his comedy. And it was just funny when you mentioned the Solstice Steps were a great place to cry because I literally did.
Wow, think about that. He's listening to the show. We mentioned that when Gilbert Gottfried died, and he was such a big fan, he was going to miss Gilbert's dulcet tones almost immediately.
Oh, there's a big surprise. I think I'm going to have a heart attack and die from that surprise.
Yeah, that's if that won't get the waterworks going.
Wait, Poundcake, you didn't know who Gilbert Gottfried was until we played that?
No, I knew who he was.
Okay.
He was a guy.
Oh, there's a big surprise.
A listener pointed out on the chat that one of my favorite places to cry, my number one favorite place to cry, is in my car. I forgot about that.
How'd you forget about that? That's precisely what I said. Why isn't everyone's place to cry either home or car?
Yeah, I had a couple mental breakdowns at my steering wheel. When my alternator went out, another one when I was driving from Akron to Cleveland, like on a regular basis, and I had like a mental breakdown then. Celine Dion, it's all coming back to me now, came on, and I cried then. So I've had 3 that I remember. I don't remember the other ones, but at least 3.
But who's counting, right?
A lot of people.
I've cried in my car. The only time
Cried
I think of
in your car
once, but it was when my grandpa died, and
okay, but that's extenuating
right,
circumstances.
But that's what
These
I'm
are
saying,
people who go, I need a crying place.
Yes.
Oh, 4. I did have 4. Okay. When I had my mental breakdown for my tinnitus.
5 after the show tonight.
After your tinnitus diagnosis, you said, well, that sucks, though, right? I mean, like, that would probably make anybody cry.
But I didn't have it. I mean, I had it at the time, but, like, I was in my car freaking out, and I had gotten on my antidepressants, and it was messing with the chemistry, so then I cried outside Oak Tree, our old studios, and I called my brother. He was like, am I going to have to come get you? I said, no, it's fine. And then I drove home.
Alan, counterpoint, Fairport Harbor is a dump.
Are you going to believe this person or Poundcake?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've never been. I don't know anything about it. Listen, it's on the water. How bad could it be? It's on the lake, and there's a river. A river runs through it. How bad could it be? If you like water, right? What is Fairport Harbor's primary export? Golf carts?
Fairports.
Fairports, that's what it is.
They're open to everybody.
Good times, is that their primary export?
Single mothers.
Well, again, I don't know. What's their GDP? How much do you know about Fairport Harbor?
GDP.
This guy. Yeah, what's their GDP in Fairport Harbor? I'm trying to yes-and him, and it's not...
Well, you hit him with GDP. That's on you. That's not.
It's
on
on
him.
me? You
Yes,
know what
it's on-
GDP is.
Yeah, but I'm not Poundcake.
Okay. Have you ever heard of gross domestic product? It's not funny when I have to explain. I mean, it was barely funny to begin with. The GDP of Fairport Harbor gave me a chuckle. But anyway, I think you should go out there this summer. What if MC Wettings? What if somebody throws the bat signal up and you get a call out there to Fairport Harbor?
I'm out there. Why would I not? I have no reason not to.
Right. You could become like kind of an unofficial ambassador. Makes them look diverse. Everybody's looking for that, right?
Yeah.
They're like, hey, we're down to 99% white.
They like that.
Right,
I ain't
sure.
here to cause no trouble.
Good for tourism. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. But you could be at the forefront of that whole thing out there. I've been to Menor on the Lake. I had a fun time there. Al, don't forget, Gilbert was Johnny Crunch in Ford Fairlane. Jesus.
That's a
deep dive. I think everybody involved in that movie has tried to forget Ford Fairlane. Johnny Crunch. Well, listen, in 1990, it was good to be friends with Andrew Dice Clay. There was no doubt about that. If you were anywhere in his orbit, you were going to be in good shape. Fairport has a gravel area by the port.
There you go.
It is also
and you're saying it's trash. They got gravel.
Alan, well, listen, gravel is a valued commodity around here. Alan, Fairport Harbor is certainly the meth head capital of Lake County. That can't possibly be true. I mean, you got to get out to the sticks, and there's going to be people fighting you for that
title.
Does it mean per
yes.
capita?
Fairport Harbor.
Yeah.
Hey, man, meth ain't that bad.
Wonder if he was calling me from Fairport Harbor.
He was in Elyria.
Oh, that's right. He was heading to Elyria to buy his meth. I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, do it. 35192 to text. You got the Cavs tonight back here at home. Cavs Live pregame set to go off here at 6:30. 7 o'clock tip-off right downtown here against the Nuggets tonight on MMS.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our